And welcome to the second day of this public hearing number 21 of the Royal Commission. I shall ask Commissioner Mason to make the acknowledgement of country.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the First Nations people as the original inhabitants of the lands on which this hearing is sitting. Ngananga Jokuru Runko Galyarni Arnongo Guaripa Jara Ninanja Juda Ngura Nganganka. We recognise Majin Brisbane. Ngananga Ngokanta Nanyi Ngura Majin Brisbane Ta. We recognise the country north and south of the Brisbane River as the home of both the Turrbal and Jagera nations. Ngananga Ngokanti Nanyi Karul. Anya Brisbane River Nya Alanjara Mono Ulbarira Arnongo Nura Ridja Joda Ninanja Uno Kwari Ninanyi Durable Nya Mono Jagrona. And we pay respect to the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Their land is where the city of Sydney is now located. We also pay respect to the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, where the city of Melbourne is now located. We pay deep respects to all elders, past, present and future, and especially elders, parents and young people with disability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mason. Yes, Ms Eastman.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. There's one matter before we commence the evidence this morning, and that is the tender of the photographs that were shown on the screen yesterday during Mazia's evidence. Commissioners, the approach we're taking with this hearing is that we're not tendering statements as the statements are read or addressed by witnesses. We propose to deal with the tender of all of the evidence at the end of the hearing, after we've had an opportunity to consult with the parties with leave, made appropriate reductions and identified the material that is relevant to the matters that the Royal Commissioners will ultimately have to consider. However, there may be some documents where it's appropriate to tender as we go along, and for that reason I ask the Commissioners to receive into evidence the photographs that were shown as part of Mazia's evidence yesterday. We'll identify them in an ultimate tender list and exhibits list as email entitled Office 1 photos attaching a series of image. If that set of documents could be received and marked as exhibit 21.0. And the second is image of Office 1. And if that could be received into evidence and marked exhibit 21.1. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms Eastman. Those photographs referred to by Ms Eastman will respectively become exhibit 21.0 and 21.1 and admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And Ms Dowsett's going to take our witnesses this morning.
Yes. Yes, Ms Dowsett.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. The first witness today is Mr. Matthew Ting, and I see he is on the screen now. Mr. Ting, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ting, thank you very much for coming to the Royal Commission to give evidence today. I understand that you have been affirmed or sworn as the case may be, and that has been the practice with all witnesses at this hearing. Just to be sure that you know where everybody is located, Commissioner Galbally, whom you can see on screen, I hope is in Melbourne. Commissioner Mason is in the Royal Commission's hearing room in Brisbane. I'm located in the Sydney hearing room of the Royal Commission, as is Ms Dowsett. So that's where we are. I'll now ask Ms Dowsett to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ting, begin by identifying your statements and corrigenda, and then I understand you've got some further corrections you wish to make. But just so the Commissioners are clear, you have made 3 statements One is referred to as your Aim Big employment statement, and it is dated the 28th of January 2022. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you provided a corrigenda to that statement dated the 21st of February 2022.
Yes.
Commissioners, you will find those two documents in volume B of the hearing bundle at tabs 1 and 14.
Yes, thank you.
You made a separate statement on behalf of Rehab Management bracket AUST close bracket PTY Ltd, also dated the 28th of January 2022.
Yes.
And there's a corrigenda to that statement dated the 21st of February 2022.
Yes.
And those statements, Commissioners, are in volume B at tabs 32 and 81.
Yes, thank you.
And finally, Mr. Ting, there's a supplementary statement dated the 21st of February 2022.
Correct.
And a corrigenda to that statement dated the 22nd of February 2022.
Yes.
And Commissioners, you'll find those in volume B at tabs 15 and 82.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ting, I understand that there are some further corrections you wish to make.
Yes, that's correct. So I just wish to highlight that there were some corrections that were listed in the supplementary statement. I also wish to make one other correction where I refer to Office 2 in my statements. I refer to it being a rehab management office. I've recently been informed that that is not actually the case, and that there was a split in the business in the region at that time between the rehab management office and the Aim Big office, and that the Busy Beans program was actually run from the Aim Big office in that region.
So Office 2 is an Aim Big office.
Correct.
Thank you. Is that deals with your corrections?
Yes.
Now, I understand from your statement that you were employed as the National Innovation and Customer Engagement Manager for Aim Big, but you no longer hold that position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is your position now?
I'm currently working as a casual consultant for Aim Big for the purpose of responding to this commission.
And in terms of qualifications, you hold an MBA from the University of Sydney and a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Technology, Sydney.
Correct.
And are you aware, Mr. Ting, that an agreed facts have been prepared between the Royal Commission, Aim Big Employment and Rehab Management, AUST?
Yes.
And do you have access to that document?
I will in one moment.
Are there people present in the room with you?
Yes, I'm here with counsel.
Just while that document's being provided to you, we may press on. We've got a lot of ground to cover this morning. I want to begin by asking you some questions about the DES system. You understand, but by that I mean the Disability Employment Services System.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the DES grant agreement and the DES guidelines?
Not intimately, but at a working level, yes.
So you are aware that entry into the DES system can happen by referral or direct registration?
Yes.
And you are aware that in order to be referred, a participant needs to have undergone an Employment Services Assessment, or ESAT,
Yes.
or a Job Capability Assessment, a JCA.
Yes.
And you're aware of the concept of benchmark hours?
Yes.
And they are the number of hours a DES participant must work each week on average to achieve a full outcome.
Correct.
And you're aware that the concept of outcome is linked to milestones in employment, in turn linked to outcome fees.
Correct.
Outcome fees are the end of the process. I want to come back a little and talk about the initial interview and a job plan.
Mhm.
You're aware of the requirement for a DES provider to undertake an initial interview with a participant,
Yes.
and that at that initial interview, the DES provider must explain the types of services that they provide,
Correct.
and they must explain the services guarantee
Correct.
and the code of practice.
Yes.
Ms. Dowser, when you say the DES provider must do this, you're saying that it is pursuant to the Disability Employment Services Grant Agreement. Is that where the obligation emanates from?
From the grant agreement and the guidelines that are made pursuant to that agreement. And the DES provider must also negotiate a job plan with each DES participant.
Correct.
In the DES system, you're aware that there are several phases.
Yes.
So the first phase is the employment assistance phase.
Correct.
And what do you understand that to be?
So the employment assistance phase, to my understanding, is the phase when a participant is still looking for employment and is receiving support from a DES provider to find employment.
And then the next phase is the post-placement support phase.
Correct.
And what do you understand that phase to entail?
So that's the phase upon which a DES participant has started work and is already working their benchmark hours and is able to access support from a DES provider or is expected to get support from a DES provider to maintain and sustain that employment.
And how does a participant move from the employment assistance phase to the post-placement support phase?
So a participant would be moved between phases through the system when a job coach or an employment consultant deems that that participant is now working benchmark hours and anchors the participant, as the term is used.
And anchoring, that term you just used, that's the start date for measuring outcomes for 13 weeks, 26 weeks, and 52 weeks.
Correct.
There's another relevant date for outcomes, and that's the employment start date.
Yes.
And that employment start date is relevant for the 4-week outcome fees. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And if if a participant is placed in employment and doesn't achieve a 26-week outcome, that participant goes back to the employment assistance phase?
Correct. That's on the assumption that the participant has lost their employment or is no longer working their benchmark hours.
And if participant is still in employment and is working benchmark hours when they reach their 26-week outcome, the provider has the opportunity to choose to deliver what's called ongoing support. That's correct, isn't it?
No, that would be after the 52-week period, I believe.
The agreement and the guidelines, in fact, provide that it is after the 26-week outcome.
Okay, I'm mistaken. I believed it was at 52 weeks.
Right. And do you understand that this is a choice that the DES provider makes?
Correct.
And then an ongoing support assessment is undertaken?
Correct.
And that assessment will tell you the level of support that the person requires?
Correct.
And there are 3 levels: flexible, moderate, or high.
I'm not very familiar with the workings of the ongoing support phase.
Is that because you've never known a participant to reach it?
Because that would not be part of my role within ABIG.
But you are the witness who's been proffered to answer questions before this Royal Commission.
Correct.
And are you aware that the ongoing support phase is also linked to outcome fees?
Correct.
And that the level of support assessed impacts the level of fees that can be claimed?
So I'm not familiar with the fees available in this phase.
You're not familiar with any of the fees available, or just the ongoing support fees?
Just the ongoing support fees.
Well, if we can turn then to the ones that you are familiar with, there are service fees.
Correct.
And can you explain to the Royal Commission your understanding of what they are?
So service fees are fees payable to a DES provider for working with a participant in the employment assistance phase.
And they're paid in advance on a quarterly basis.
Correct.
And the first 2 quarters are at a higher rate than subsequent quarters.
Correct.
And then there are the outcome fees.
Correct.
And these are paid by reference to those milestones we spoke of before.
Yes.
4 weeks, 13 weeks, 26 weeks, and 52 weeks.
Yes.
And are you also aware that fees are not payable in respect of what the grant agreement calls non-payable outcomes?
Correct.
And a non-payable outcome includes, and I'm just giving a couple of examples, volunteer work.
Correct.
Work experience.
Correct.
Where the wage paid where the wage paid to the DES participant is not equivalent to the minimum rate prescribed in the applicable award.
Correct.
And if no award applies, the national minimum wage.
Correct.
Where the position is contrived employment.
Correct.
Or where it's non-ongoing employment.
Correct.
And all of those outcome fees are linked to the participant's risk-adjusted funding level score.
Yes.
And that score operates on a 1 to 5 basis.
Yes.
And 1 is the highest likelihood of obtaining employment, and 5 is the lowest.
Correct.
Finally, I want to turn to the question of wage subsidies.
Just before we get there, what do you understand a contrived arrangement to mean, Mr. Ting?
My understanding of a contrived arrangement would be something that is employment that is not, well, it's a counter to open employment, It is something that is created under false pretenses solely for the purpose of claiming an outcome fee.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So it's moving on to wage subsidies, Mr. Ting. Now, these are a financial incentive that are available to encourage employers to provide opportunities to DES participants.
Correct.
And you're aware that there are eligibility requirements in relation to subsidies?
Yes.
And those requirements are linked to participants,
Correct.
employers,
Mm-hmm.
and placements.
Yes.
And so, for example, a wage subsidy cannot be paid to an employer who is part of the DES provider's own organisation or related entity,
Correct.
or in respect of a placement that leads to a non-payable outcome.
Correct.
Wage subsidies must not be more than 100% of the DES participant's wage.
Correct.
And there's a maximum value for a wage subsidy, which is $1,500 excluding GST.
So that's the wage subsidy offered through the DES program.
Yes, and it has a maximum value.
Correct.
And
So you mean a total maximum payment of $1,500 per participant or per period or what?
per participant.
Per participant. Thank you.
And the actual amount of the subsidy paid to an employer is intended to be commensurate with the DES participant's level of disadvantage.
Disability, yes.
Well, their disadvantage in finding, obtaining and maintaining employment because of their disability.
Yes.
It is not anticipated that every employer will receive a wage subsidy of the maximum value.
Correct.
And the maximum duration of the subsidy period is 26 weeks.
Correct.
And it can be paid in full once the DES participant has worked for at least 13 weeks at their benchmark hours.
Correct.
And although the subsidy is paid by the DES provider can claim reimbursement of that subsidy.
Correct.
Thank you. I want to move on now to the Busy Beans program itself. And this is addressed in the agreed facts. Excuse me.
Now, next to me.
I apologise, Mr. Ting. I've put my copy down in this pile of papers and now can't find it. Just while that's happening, I'll go to your statement. Here it comes. Thank you. So returning to the agreed facts, we see in paragraph 3 a general description of the program. It's a barista training and employment program.
Yes.
And prior to March 2020, the Busy Beans program operated in New South Wales, Victoria and Queensland.
Correct.
Attached to your AIM Big statement, if I can refer to it by that shorthand, you provided the Royal Commission with a report from 180 Degrees Consulting.
Correct.
You have a copy of that available to you?
Yes, in a binder in front of me.
Commissioners, for your information, it is in volume B at tab 4. I just want to take you to a couple of pages in this report, if I can, Mr. Ting. Beginning with page 4.
Yes.
And we see in the second paragraph on this page under the heading background that the Busy Beans program is described as one which aims to train people with intellectual disability as coffee baristas and assist them in gaining sustainable employment.
Yes.
You agree with that characterisation?
Correct.
And then in dot points on that page, we see that since the program commenced in early 2019, there had been 167 participants.
Yes.
20 plus companies employing a trained Busy Beans barista.
Yes.
And 30 participants employed externally upon exiting the program.
Yes.
So just to be clear, external employment, that's when the Busy Bean participant or the DES participant moves out of the program and into a role either as an in-house barista with another company or into a cafe.
Correct.
So if I use the phrase external employment today, that's what I'm talking about.
Correct.
Now, just to be clear on the date, this report is dated May 2020.
Yes.
So those 167 participants were from early 2019 through to May 2020. Except that, of course, in March 2020, we had the onset of COVID.
Correct.
And those restrictions had an impact for the Busy Beans program.
Correct.
I want to take you over, please, to page 7. We see under the heading 1.1.3, again, there's a reference to those 167 participants, and 30 of whom have obtained external employment. And then footnote number 2 says that of those 30 who gained external employment, unfortunately, due to COVID-19, no Busy Beans are currently holding external employment.
Yes.
So we're correct to understand that although they obtained the employment, by May, no one had external employment.
Correct.
Now, I'd like to take you to page 34 next. This page is headed 3.3 Impact Evaluation and Recommendations. And in the first line of text, it says a majority of participants, 75%, and I'll just skip over the brackets for now, had positive experiences with the Busy Beans program. You see that?
Yes.
And you've cited that statistic in your statement.
Yes.
And the brackets that I skipped over said N equals 8.
Yes.
See that? And it's your understanding that 75% is 75% of 8 people.
Correct. It's a low number because this was done after the COVID lockdown restrictions started. It was quite difficult to get participants to answer a survey at that time.
But you would agree that the value of saying 75%, we need 75% had a positive experience. We need to know what the sample size is.
Correct. I do believe that it is indicative of the program as a whole.
We do see, if we can go back to page 26, the final paragraph on this page says, whilst many participants successfully found sustained employment outcomes, some individuals did not feel fully qualified after completing the training requirements of the Busy Beans program. And it goes on to say that this may have been a result of COVID-19 and the halt on the program, and that more sustained analysis is required. But this consultancy did find that there were people who didn't feel qualified when they finished the program.
That's the finding of this report, yes.
Thank you. I finished with that document. You can pop it away for now. Returning to the agreed facts, paragraphs 64 to 91 deal with the program as it operated in what we are referring to as the region.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And I trust that you understand that our inquiry is not into Aim Big generally or the Busy Beans program generally, but it's a very specific case study about this region.
Yes.
And so we see in paragraph 85 of the agreed facts that there were 56 participants in the region in the period 1 January 2019 to 1 April 2020.
Yes.
But in fact, that the real period is 7 May 2019, because that's when the 2 April 2020, because the participants didn't start until the 7th of May, did they?
Correct.
Of those 56, 34 were employees, paid employees.
Correct.
And 2 of those 34 were employed by Rehab Management Ost.
Correct.
If I refer simply to rehab management, will you take it that I mean Rehab Management Ost Pty Ltd?
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. And the remaining 32 were employed by a labour hire company, TMC Solutions Pty Ltd.
Correct.
And that company traded as TLH Group Holdings.
Correct.
So we've got those 34, and then we've got 22 who participated on a work experience basis.
Yes.
So they're unpaid.
Correct.
And then in paragraph 88, we deal with the qualifications that were obtained by people.
Yes.
And we see that of the 56, 5 participants obtained their responsible service of alcohol and responsible conduct of gambling certification.
Yes.
5 obtained what is referred to as a part qualification hospitality, food and beverage.
Yes.
And the remainder received no formal qualification or certificate.
Correct.
Could you please explain to the Royal Commission what a part qualification hospitality, food and beverage is?
So those are selected units from a full certificate that were selected on the basis that they were going to be probably the most beneficial for those particular individuals without putting them through a full certificate, which may take 6 months to a year to complete. So a part qualification could be completed in usually between 2 to 4 weeks.
And were all 56 of the participants in the region offered the opportunity to obtain that part qualification?
I don't believe all of them would have been offered that. This was something that was only brought into the program towards the end of 2019, and it also depends on the individual's prior levels of education and whether they were eligible for funding for that course.
So that's funding over and above their being a DES participant and Aim Big as their DES provider, providing this post-placement support to them.
Correct. It was the New South Wales State Government Smart and Skilled funding was applied for this.
Right. So was everyone who qualified for funding offered the opportunity to participate?
I'm not aware if everyone who was eligible for funding was offered.
Do you know, by reference to job title, not the name of any individual, do you know who made the decision about who to offer this qualification to?
I know that the qualification was being arranged between the RTO and the program manager of Busy Beans at the time, Mr. Rodriguez. So Mr. Rodriguez would have relied upon referrals from the local job coaches and barista trainers as to who was potentially interested and eligible and who would be suitable for this training.
Thank you. Now, moving on, I want to go now to paragraph 89 and following. This is about the employment of participants who, so their external employment.
Mm-hmm.
And the information provided to the Royal Commission by AIM Big shows that 15 of the 56 participants secured external employment while participating in or following the Busy Beans program. You're familiar with that statistic?
Yes.
And 4 of those 15 obtained that external employment within 1 day to 3 weeks of ceasing the program.
Correct.
And the remainder, it was some months after they ceased the program.
Correct. Mostly it was because of the COVID lockdown period. If you see that participation in the program was disrupted in March 2020, a number of people were not able to get employment until later in 2020.
And just to finish off this part of the agreed facts, the last of the paid participants were enrolled in the region in November 2019.
Correct.
But the program continued on until it closed down or was suspended in March 2020.
Correct.
Why were no more paid participants enrolled?
So at that time, we were working on more internal processes and documentation for the program. And it was the directive of senior management that we would not be taking on board any more paid participants in the program until those processes were finalised.
Might these processes have been usefully finalised before the first participants were enrolled?
A lot of the processes that went into that were based on what the learnings that we'd gained up till this time. Because this was it was effectively a startup program, and we were learning as we went. We learned what was effective, what wasn't effective, and it was constantly improving. So I don't believe that we could have drafted a document of that quality before the program started.
You could have drafted a document before the program started?
Correct. We could have drafted any document before the program started. But
you didn't?
Not to that level of detail, no.
Well, not to any level of detail, did you?
Not in that sense, no.
Or in any sense?
No.
Thank you. Now, I want to go to your AIM Big statement now, please. And I just want to explore with you the intention of the Busy Beans program.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm at paragraph 43. And in the second sentence, you say the intent of the Busy Beans program was always to assist participants to secure and maintain sustainable employment that suited participant goals and abilities.
Right.
See that?
Yes.
And you go on to express your belief that the long-term benefits were not realised due to COVID.
Correct.
But the program, as it was operating in the region prior to COVID, it was designed to give participants the opportunity to gain work experience.
Correct.
To build their work capacity.
Correct.
And to build confidence.
Yes.
participation in the program itself was never intended to be ongoing and sustainable employment.
So the intent was that participants would take part in the program, and during this participation, we would continue to be working with them to then secure external employment.
But it's the external employment that constitutes the ongoing and sustainable employment. Am I correct?
So the goal was that there wouldn't be a gap or delay between the two, that people would move seamlessly from employment within the Busy Beans program into external employment.
But even with a seamless move, if you finished on Monday in Busy Beans and went to work in an office on Tuesday, it's the work you're doing in the office that's the ongoing sustainable employment.
So longer term, yes.
Well, because the Busy Beans program was conceived as a 26-week training opportunity. That's correct?
Correct. But we didn't terminate or end people's participation in the program at 26 weeks. We did continue to engage them after that if they were still in the program.
Well, if they were still in the program, meaning you hadn't terminated them.
Correct.
But there was, in fact, a policy and there were internal communications about once a participant reached 26 weeks, they should be exited from Busy Beans.
So the expectation was that after they had reached 26 weeks, we would continue to be working with them, and that the participants would still be involved in the program but would just have reduced hours.
So when you say they would still be involved in the program and have reduced hours, these participants have a job plan?
Correct.
And if the job plan has mutual obligation requirements that may include the minimum hours they need to work each week?
Correct.
When Aim Big decided to reduce the hours of participants, did it have regard to their minimum obligation requirements?
No.
So you've now got employees who were meeting their mutual obligation requirement, who you reduced their hours, and now they're not meeting it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Perhaps you could explain mutual obligations. But that's the purpose.
Right. Well, Mr. Ting, perhaps you could explain first to the Commission what you understand mutual obligation requirements to be.
So my understanding of mutual obligation requirements are requirements that a participant needs to meet and that they have agreed to in a job plan in order to continue to receive support through the social services system.
When you say they've agreed to them in the job plan, these are obligations that are imposed upon them by the support system. So that if somebody has to work 15 hours a week, that's not something they get to agree to. That's the statutory obligation imposed upon them.
Correct.
When they agree to a job plan, it includes that mandatory requirement.
Correct.
So when we speak of agreement, it's almost a false use of the word.
I absolutely agree, yes.
Right, yes. And so just to come back to my point, we've got participants with job plans, and some of them will have mutual obligation requirements.
Yes.
I take it you're not in a position to say whether all of the participants in the region, in fact, had mutual obligation requirements about the minimum hours they had to work.
No.
But you would agree some of them did have.
Correct.
And Aim Big had no regard to that when it reduced their hours.
So that wasn't one of the considerations, no. Part of the mutual obligation requirement would have been to continue to search for employment and to apply for jobs. And that's what the Aim Big job coaches would have continued to support the participants with. So
if you've entered out of the employment assistance phase and into the post-placement support phase, is the usual process you get a new job plan at that stage?
Yes.
And so that job plan wouldn't have you looking for work because you're in a job.
Correct.
Agree?
Yes.
And so the mutual obligation requirements in your inner job plan would be about how many hours a week you work.
Yes.
And the participant can't comply with that because AIMBIG's reduced their hours.
In this particular instance, yes.
And you talked about reducing hours, and there's some material before the Royal Commission that indicates that AIMBIG did propose to offer 1 4-hour shift per fortnight.
Yes.
Or unpaid work experience.
Yes.
So these are people who've reached their 26 weeks.
Yes.
There is also correspondence, and I can take you to it if you need me to, that shows that when people reached their 26 weeks, AIMBIG was seeking to exit them from the program, not offer them the unpaid work experience, not offer them the 1 shift a fortnight, just exit them. You agree there's some correspondence to that effect?
Exit from the Busy Beans program or from the DES program?
Yes, from the Busy Beans program.
Yes, I believe there is correspondence around that.
If a participant in the DES system has reached a 26-week outcome and they lose their employment, they have to be exited from the DES system, don't they?
Yes.
So if you
return back to the employment assistance phase.
Well, that's if they don't reach their 26-week outcome.
Yes.
So by exiting them from their employment after 26 weeks, you are in effect exiting them from the system. You agree?
Correct.
Now, just on these participants, so DES participants in the Busy Beans program were employed on contracts?
Through through TLH, yes.
Right. Well, the first 2 through rehab management?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the terms of these contracts?
I'm not, no.
So you wouldn't know if they were what might be called a specified term contract, one that said it's from this date to this date?
I'm not aware. I've not reviewed that contract.
And does that answer apply both to the TLH contracts and the rehab management contracts?
So the participants hired through TLH were on a casual basis. And I don't believe that there was an end term to those agreements.
Who was responsible for those contracts?
Which contract are we referring to?
The contracts entered into by AIMBIG's DES participants in the Busy Beans program.
The employment contracts?
Yes.
With TLH?
And rehab management?
So the contracts with rehab management would have been prepared by the rehab management people and culture team. The contracts, the casual arrangements through TLH would have been directly with TLH.
Right. And so from AIMBIG's perspective, are you saying there's nobody in AIMBIG as the DES provider who has any oversight of or responsibility for these contracts?
Correct.
Ms. Romero is giving evidence this afternoon, and she is, as I'm sure you're aware, involved in both AIMBIG and rehab management. Do you know if she would be aware of the content of these contracts?
Not at the time, no.
No, you don't know, or no, she wouldn't be aware?
She wouldn't have been aware at the time. She may be aware now, having reviewed documentation.
Would anyone have been aware at the time of the content of these employment contracts?
Sorry, anyone?
Anyone at AIM Big?
Of the details of those contracts,
Yes.
I can't think of somebody who would have been intimately aware of those details, no.
Right. Okay, I just want to take you back to that 180-degree report, which we were looking at before. So again, this is volume B at tab 4.
Yes, I have
And
that.
back to page 12, please. Just let me know when you have it.
Yes, I have it.
So on page 12, on the bottom third of the page, there's a heading duration,
Yes.
and there are 3 dot points. I want to direct your attention to the second dot point. Just one moment, I'll check with the chair. Do you have
Sorry,
the document?
carry on.
You have that second dot point there, Mr. Ting?
Yes.
And it's the final sentence there. The authors of this report are talking about the duration of involvement in the program, and they say, for example, if 80% of Busy Beans participants were contracted for 26-week periods, a 26-week turnover would be most suitable. So it's talking about the period to measure something over.
Yes.
I take it from your previous answers to me that you are not in a position to say whether 80% of Busy Beans participants were contracted for 26-week periods.
No, I don't believe that they were contracted for a fixed term 26-week period.
So if there is internal correspondence in AIM Big referring to people's participants' contracts coming to an end after 26 weeks, are you able to tell the Royal Commission what that might mean?
So I would take that to mean, I don't think that would be technically factual. I think that would be taken to mean that a participant is coming towards the end of a 26-week period within the Busy Beans program.
So coming back to that point that they're only supposed to be in the program for 26 weeks, it's not ongoing sustainable employment in and of itself.
So no, the intent wasn't to keep them within a Busy Beans cafe or environment indefinitely.
It was your hope that you would be able to find them external employment.
Absolutely.
Right. I want to move now to the trainers who were delivering the training in the region. And this is addressed in the agreed facts at paragraph 65 and 66.
Yes, I have that.
Now, I just want to confirm it was no requirement of AIM Big that these barista trainers have any experience in or qualifications supporting people with disability.
No, that was a desired trait, but not a absolute requirement.
And you have provided us with what you say is a copy of the advertisement that Mazia responded to in order to gain her employment as a barista trainer.
Yes.
Commissioners, you have that at bundle B, tab 16.
Yep.
You have that there, Mr. Ting?
I will in one moment. That's great. Supplementary.
You have it?
Not just yet. Okay, yes, I have that now.
You have that now?
Yes.
It doesn't say in that ad anything about the desirability of the experience and qualifications I just asked you about, does it?
No, that was part of the selection criteria, though.
So you're saying there's another document that we haven't been provided with?
No, that's not correct.
So where were these selection criteria?
That was, it wasn't written as a selection criteria. There was no document about that. But that was one of the things that was kept in mind when interviewing applicants.
And when you say we, who's the we who was interviewing applicants?
In this case, it was either the People and Culture team or it was myself. For the case of Mazia, an initial interview was conducted by our National Operations Manager, and I conducted the second interview.
Right. And we understand from her evidence that Mazia was also involved with the National Operations Manager in interviewing potential barista trainers.
Yes.
You weren't involved with her in that process?
At stage, no.
At any stage?
No.
And the barista trainers who were engaged in the region did not have qualifications and experience supporting people with disabilities?
Some of them did, but not all.
So,
I believe at least one of them, for example, had previously worked in the DES system.
right. So that you may be referring to BT3?
Yes, correct.
And her background was, she was described as having a DES and hospitality background.
Correct. So to me, that was an ideal combination.
So that's one of the 5.
Correct.
The barista trainers were expected to do much more than just train people how to be a barista, weren't they?
Correct.
For example, one of the baristas, BT3, who we've just spoken about, was nominated as a person who could fill a support gap. Do you recall these documents?
I don't recall that at this time.
So in September 2019, it was identified that there was a gap in support between job coaches who were available and telephone PPS providing support to participants in the cafe. The document relevant to that is in Hearing Bundle Volume D at tab 54.
Okay, one moment. We're just going to look for that. Okay, I have that email now.
Right. So it's an email chain. It begins on the 17th of September.
Yes.
And there's reference there to a gap in support.
There was a reference to that, yes.
And then ultimately, if you follow through the chain, it is agreed there will be a 4-week trial of BT3 working an extra 5 hours a week to fill this support gap.
Yes.
You recall that?
I don't recall this at the time. I wasn't CC'd into these emails.
I take it from that answer that you won't then be able to assist the Royal Commission with the results of that trial?
Correct.
Are you able to say whether BT3 continued to work the extra hours?
I know that BT3 did work a significant number of hours, but I'm not aware of this being a key part of her role.
Providing support to Busy Beans participants?
My understanding was that her primary job was as a barista trainer.
Are you aware of whether any similar gap in support was identified at other training locations in the region?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that in September 2019, Mazia reported that she didn't think participants were getting enough post-placement support?
I'm aware of this, yes.
You are. And when did you become aware of that?
I believe that I would have been made aware of that at the time.
And what steps did you take to investigate whether her concerns were well-founded?
I believe at the time we would have had conversations with Nazia about the program. And I believe at the time I would have had conversations with people within the post-placement support team about that. My recollection is that PPS 01, as in the name list, was assigned basically to be responsible for delivering a large amount of the PPS to Busy Beans participants, but it wouldn't have been exclusively her.
So there were a total of 56 participants over the period that we're concerned about, but there weren't 56 at any one time. Is that correct?
No, that's throughout the period.
Right. What were the maximum number of Busy Beans in the region at any at its highest within that 1 year period?
I haven't got the exact number, but in terms of participants who would have required PPS, it would have only been the 34 paid participants, and I believe that the highest number I would have been, I'm estimating close to 30 at most at one time.
Right. So PPS 01, perhaps with some assistance from other post-placement support officers, was providing support to 30 participants and Mazia.
Yes.
And
I believe there would have been other PPS staff members as well involved, not just solely her.
Right. So when I asked you what steps you took to investigate if Mazia's concerns were well-founded, you spoke about what you believe you would have done. Do you have an actual recollection of what you did?
That is my recollection of what I did.
Right. I'm sorry, I understood the I believe to be thinking, well, maybe I did something like this, but you're saying it's a positive recollection. You had a conversation with Mazia and you had a conversation with PPS 01.
Yes, I haven't seen any documents in the while reviewing for this this hearing specifically around that, but this is my recollection.
And have you seen documents in which Mazia describes that she herself is providing post-placement support to Busy Beans participants?
So I don't believe that that's correct, because that was not her role. She may have referred to it as that, but that is not what post-placement support is as part of the DES program.
So if Mazia thought that was what she was doing, she was mistaken.
Correct.
So answering queries from the participants and helping them address their concerns, that's not post-placement support.
Well, that would have been something that would have been handled or should have been handled by the post-placement support team.
Right. Should have been.
Correct.
have you seen correspondence in the tender bundle in which the National Operations Manager asks PPSO1 to call MSEA about post-placement support for busy beans?
Yes.
And in your understanding of MSEA's role, is that an appropriate thing? Should she be talking to PPSO1 about the support needs of the participants?
I think it is. I think it is relevant because she was somebody who was there with the participants, who understood the individuals and their needs and their requirements. And I think she, as somebody working within the organisation, was able to give that level of detail that maybe PPSO1 may not have gotten directly from the individuals.
And then you would also agree that it is appropriate for her MSEA, to proactively seek PPS, so post-placement support for busy beans.
If she deemed that it was needed, yes.
And are you aware, do you recall seeing documents in the tender bundle in which the regional manager of the region that we're interested in expressed concern about the level of post-placement support available in her region?
Correct, yes.
You recall seeing that?
Yes, I believe that was later in early 2020.
14th of February 2020.
Yes.
Do you recall what steps were taken to address that identified shortcoming?
I believe that was a time when an additional PPSO officer was assigned in the area, in the region, to be delivering more face-to-face PPS with participants.
So an extra resource was brought in February?
Correct.
I want to move now to the topic of training and induction material.
Yes.
Just excuse me a moment. I'll just do this last topic and then we will take the adjournment. It's scheduled for 11:15, so we've got 10 minutes. I think we'll be fine. So you address the question of training materials in both in your primary aim big statement and in your supplementary statement.
Yes.
And if I've understood correctly, the material that you provided, which has so these were documents MT10 and MT11, sorry, yes, 10 and 11 in your initial statement. They have a footer November 2019.
Correct.
And you now accept that this material was not available at the outset of the Busy Beans program in the region.
Correct.
And in fact, I think you agreed with me earlier that there was no material available at the outset of Busy Beans in the region.
No training material, correct.
And no induction material.
That's not correct. There was induction material that was used, and that was used for the rehab management participants who started in May 2020.
So for those two participants, that rehab management induction material was provided.
Correct.
But for the 32 others, there was no Busy Beans induction material.
I don't believe that that rehab management induction was used with the TLH employed participants, but TLH themselves did have induction material that was sent to participants as well.
Have you seen that material?
I have. It's not Busy Bean specific.
Right. So there is no, until at least November 2019, there's no Busy Beans specific induction material.
Other than the one that was used with the rehab management employees.
Well, that's not Busy Beans specific either, is it?
That one was Busy Bean specific. And that was used in from at least in March with the initial intake of busy beans participants nationally, and also used in May in this region.
So this is in volume B at tab 18.
One moment. So, which document are we looking at? Sorry.
The induction material.
D. One moment, just looking for that. Yeah, that's bundle B. Is that correct?
Bundle B, tab 18.
Yeah, looking at bundle B, tab 18. It looks like a different document and I've got the wrong thing.
Is the first page headed Work Safety and Injury Specialists?
Yes, it looks like I'm looking at the wrong document at the moment.
I'll keep going because the next page says Busy Beans Induction.
I think I know the document you're referring to. I don't have that on hand right at the
I
moment.
wonder if Council might assist by giving us the MT attachment number.
Pardon?
I wonder if Council might assist by giving the MT number so we know which
MT03. To the supplementary statement. So there are 3 MT03s.
Looks like we found it. Okay. Apologies, there's a lot of documents here. Yes, I have it now.
Okay, so this is the only Busy Beans specific material that was provided to participants in May 2019.
Yes.
And this was provided to the 2 who were employed by rehab management.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm confused. This is a document that appears to have nothing to do with induction of people in the program.
Yes, Chair. Mr. Ting, did you hear the Chair?
Yes.
So perhaps you could explain what this document has to do with inducting people into the Busy Beans program.
So it talks about their work health and safety. It talks about new starter paperwork, registration, and leave and so on. It's not. It was prepared by the People and Culture team as a very plain, simple English document, with the understanding that it was going to be used with Busy Beans who may have intellectual disability. It doesn't talk about training or the Busy Beans program specifically.
So just to be clear, this is the Busy Beans specific induction and it doesn't talk specifically about the Busy Beans program.
It doesn't talk specifically about the training that would be getting and so on. It talks about being inducted within rehab management.
Right. If I can take you to the new starter paperwork page.
Is it the same document?
Yes,
Yep.
it's part of this document.
Yes.
So there are a series of bullet points. I want to direct your attention to the final 2 on the page.
Yes.
So the paperwork we understand is going to be either emailed to a participant or given to them in hard copy.
Yes.
And it says the job coach can help them fill this out.
Yes.
Are you able to comment about whether that assistance from the job coach was available only for Busy Beans participants, or was that something that was offered to all Aim Big DES participants?
Only Busy Beans participants in this case.
So, for example, Mazia wouldn't have been offered the assistance of a job coach with her new starter paperwork.
I don't believe that she would have, no.
Why not?
So this document was written with the intention that many of the Busy Beans commencing, they may be young people, and this is their first job, they're not familiar with what employment is like, what paperwork is needed, what it means to get paid, have all this set up. Many of whom may have an intellectual disability and so on. So the rationale for this is that a job coach may be needed to support that type of participant to go through the paperwork.
This is the sort of information that has to be given to every employee in every organisation, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but for these participants, if most of whom, or probably all of whom, this was their first ever job, this is all very specific.
Mm.
We'll come to Mazia's employment contracts and how difficult they might have been a little later, but sticking with training materials for now, paragraph 67 of the agreed facts. It is agreed that Mazia began developing training materials in June 2019.
Yes.
And that she provided copies of that material to the National Operations Manager, Mr. Rodriguez, and the Regional Manager.
Yes.
And the final sentence in that paragraph says, training materials were used in the Busy Beans program from at least 30 September 2019.
Yes.
The training material that was being used was the material that was developed by Mazia. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe that material was used in that region, yes.
Right. And we had a look at that job description before, and you note in your supplementary statement that the job description refers to developing and managing a training schedule.
Yes.
Do you understand that point in the job ad to be saying you'll have to draft the training materials before you deliver it?
No. At that start of the program, it wasn't my expectation that we would need this level of or this amount of training documents and materials. My expectation was that the program was going to be more around that hands-on experiential training and learning, the kind of thing that would have been delivered. We'd looked at, for example, barista schools, coffee schools. We had trainers from coffee companies, for example, delivering the kind of hands-on training. So that's why at the start, that wasn't something that we believed that we needed and we didn't have from the beginning.
Right. But you did have from the beginning participants who had been in the employment assistance phase and then moved into the post-placement support phase. They'd had an anchor date set and were working towards an outcome.
Correct.
And because they were working towards an outcome, Aim Big was working towards an outcome fee.
Yes.
And you were doing this without any training documentation.
At the start, because we didn't believe that that was needed.
When did you decide it was needed?
So this was this would have been based on feedback from people such as Mazia, and as she started working on training material, and that we agreed that yes, this would absolutely be something that would be useful, particularly around having something that we could then hand to new barista trainers going forward, and also to ensure some consistency in the training nationally. So we definitely agreed that it was something that was going to be beneficial.
So feedback from Mazia and you said, and other people, I assume other barista trainers?
Yes.
Right. So the people you'd employed to deliver the training said to you, you need some training material.
That was feedback, yes.
Now, in the agreed facts at paragraph 68,
Yes.
there is a reference to Mr. Rodriguez seeking input for training materials.
Yes.
And you say in your supplementary statement that the documents I've referred to before, which are MT10 and MT11, Commissioners, for your information at Bundle B, tabs 11 and 12. So back to you, Mr. Ting. You say it's your understanding that these documents were being used in November.
Yes.
Even though it's the 4th of November that Mr. Rodriguez sends his email seeking input for a training manual.
Yes, my recollection is that that we did have a draft that was being used in November 2019.
A draft. Do you know when it was finalised?
I think it was a document that was continually being worked on and refined, even towards to the end of the program.
And in paragraph 21 of your supplementary statement, you note that Mr. Rodriguez says in an email that, you know, the materials will be finalised, but you don't know that they ever were?
I think they were finalised to the extent that they were usable and were being used by barista trainers.
And when was that?
My recollection is that that was from November 2019 onwards.
Well, no, sorry, I'm directing you to paragraph 21 of your supplementary statement. And you say, on the 20th of January 2020, Mr. Rodriguez sent an email to Mazia and other barista trainers that stated, induction manual will be finalised by the end of January with 2 versions being available, bracket, 1 for work and 1 for work experience, close bracket.
Yes.
So my question to you is, when was it finalised after the 20th of January 2020?
So that refers to an induction manual. That's not the training material. It's a different document. I don't believe that there was ever a confirmed final version of that document. I do believe it was being used.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that.
But I do believe it was being used by barista trainers.
Right. And is that the document that you have annexed at BT11? So this is Bundle B, tab 12. Sorry, it's MT11 at tab, I'll get it right in a second. It's MT10 at tab 11.
One moment, let me find that.
Yeah.
So this is the document that's labelled Busy Beans Induction Manual.
Yes, and if you turn to the second page, you can see that it has the footer version 1, 19 November 2019.
Yes. Correct.
And so this is the document that I understand you are referring to in your paragraph 21 so this has been circulated, barista trainers and others have commented on it, and then Mr. Rodriguez is saying it'll be finalised by the end of January. I'm asking you when it was finalised.
Yes, I believe my recollection is that it was being used, but I'm not sure what the difference in definition of finalised is, because it was certainly in use.
We'll move on. One last series of questions. I apologise, Chair. I did think that I would get there in the 10 minutes, but this is the last 2 on these documents. If you could
You're the very first council in 3 years to have gone longer than was anticipated.
I wear a badge with honour, Chair. Tab 12 in Volume B, Mr. Ting, this is the training manual.
Yep, 1 moment.
Oh.
Yep. Which tab was that again?
12, the very next tab after the one we were just at.
Okay, that.
You have that?
Yes.
Right, I'd like to direct your attention first to page 15. You have that?
Yes.
So at the bottom third of the page, there's a heading discrimination.
I think I'm not seeing that on this page. Was it page 15, you said?
It's, are you talking pages at the top left?
My apologies. While the footer says participant training manual, it is in fact in the induction manual. I have given you all the wrong steer. So please go back to tab 11, MT10.
Which one was that?
Page 15 of tab 11.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
That indeed has a heading, discrimination, sexual harassment and bullying, and then another one, discrimination. Right.
Okay, yes. I have that now.
Right. So under the heading discrimination, direct discrimination refers to personal characteristics that are protected by Victorian law.
Yes.
So this policy has been provided to us in response to a notice seeking material relevant to the region.
Yes, so this was the document that was being drafted. It was the Victorian team that was responsible for most of the compilation of this, and it seems that they've slipped and kept that Victorian reference in there.
Is there a version then that would apply in other states and territories where the Busy Beans program operated?
No, I'm not aware of a different document, so I believe that this is something that that should have been corrected once spotted.
Right, okay. Page 17 of that same document.
Yes.
And the heading on this page is reasonable adjustments. It's just a little from the top.
Yes.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the paragraph immediately preceding the 2 bullet points at the bottom of the page. It begins, when thinking about.
Yes.
Please take a minute to read that and then tell me, is this AIM-BIG's reasonable adjustment policy?
So I'm not aware of the content of AIM-BIG's reasonable adjustment policy, or where this particular wording came from, whether it was derived from there or whether it was drafted separately.
Is that something perhaps that Ms. Romero will be able to assist us with this afternoon?
I would probably assume that she wouldn't be aware of the specific wording of that policy.
Mr. Ting, have I understood your evidence correctly that you were essentially responsible for the introduction of the Busy Beans program?
Yes.
And you did that without having any knowledge of the company's policy with respect to reasonable adjustments. Is that your evidence?
I would say that this document was not compiled by myself, and that
my question is, did you construct the Busy Beans program that you've described without knowing what your company's policy was with respect to reasonable adjustment?
it's not a policy that I would have been intimately familiar with.
Can we remove the word intimately?
It's a policy that I would have been aware of, that I wouldn't have, probably would not have.
Which policy are you talking about?
About reasonable adjustment.
Yeah, but where was the document? Which is the document with which you had some familiarity?
Yeah, I believe that there would be such a policy document.
That you can't identify it at the moment?
Not offhand, no.
Yes, thank you.
So leaving to one side whether or not you can identify the particular policy, are you aware of the requirements for reasonable adjustment?
Perhaps we could be more specific. Which
For the
requirement?
statutory requirement to make reasonable adjustment for a person with disability.
Now, again, do you mean state law, Commonwealth Disability Discrimination Act? I think you need to be a little more specific.
Well, I'll begin with any of them. Are you aware that there is a statutory there are a series of statutory requirements, as the Chair has just said, they exist at Commonwealth law and state and territory law?
Yes, I'm aware that that exists.
Right. And are you aware of the version of that law?
I'm not aware of any specific differences or distinction between them.
And are you in a position to agree with me when I put to you that what is described in paragraph on page 17 is wrong? As a matter of law, where it says, in some cases, busy beans can discriminate on the basis of disability if adjustments needed are not reasonable.
So I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
As the person developing, you did agree with the Chair that you were responsible for the development of the Busy Beans program, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you agree that you should have been aware of statutory requirements in relation to people with disability in the workplace?
Yes.
And you should have been aware as part of that about what reasonable adjustments are and when they need to be made.
So it's not something that that I recall reviewing for purposes of developing the Busy Beans program.
Yes, I understand that. I'm asking you if you accept you should have.
I object. It's, Chair, the question is premised on the basis that Mr. Ting has given evidence he wasn't aware of any reasonable adjustments obligation. I don't think that was quite his evidence. His evidence was that he was aware of such an obligation, but not the detail.
I do think it's a fair inference from his evidence up to date, but I'll ask Ms. Dowsett just to clarify it so that there's no ambiguity.
So just to be clear, your evidence is that you were aware that an obligation existed, but not of the content of the obligation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you accept that you should have made yourself aware of the content of the obligation?
In hindsight, yes, if that was relevant, yes.
If it was relevant, do you not accept that it is relevant?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any Busy Beans participants who required any reasonable adjustments.
Chair, that might be a convenient time.
Yes, just one question just before we break, Mr. Ting. How is it possible to construct a training program without documentation that explains what's to be conveyed to the people who are being trained?
So my expectation was at the start of the program that it was going to be mostly around that hands-on learning. It wasn't meant to be a classroom environment. It wasn't. It was going to be different from, say, a certificate course or certified training. It was definitely not accredited training. And in my view, that was what was needed for these participants. They needed to get their hands on suitable equipment and to be able to get that work experience as a barista, whether in a cafe or in a within that office environment.
So I take it by November 2019, your view had changed.
My view was still the same, that the hands-on component was absolutely the most important part of this, but I certainly didn't oppose having this documentation. I agreed it was definitely going to be useful.
Yeah, so by November 2019, it's correct to say that you realise that a manual of some kind was going to be very useful in the training of the participants in the program.
Yes.
Thank you. It is now 11:35 or just after Sydney time. We'll resume at 11:50.
The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is resumed.
Yes, Ms. Downs.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ting, I'm now going to move on to the topic of the training location and equipment.
Yes.
And I want to begin in Office 1. And I want to begin by showing a photo that you provided to the Royal Commission as MT05, which is behind tab 6 in Volume B. And if this photo could be brought up on the screen, number 2. So, Mr. Ting, you'll see that the people have been pixelated in this image, but subject to that, do you recognise this as a photo you provided to the Royal Commission?
Yes.
And it is a photo of Office 1, the reception area at Office 1.
Yes.
And we can see in the foreground of the photo the coffee machine.
Yes.
Did you ever visit Office 1 when the coffee machine was set up in this scenario?
No, I've never visited Office 1.
Never at all?
Never at all.
This photo is taken on the 7th of May 2019. It's the first day of the program in Office 1. And as I said, it shows the coffee machine on the reception desk. Is that your understanding of where the program started?
Yes.
And the coffee machine was never set up out the back?
Not on that day, no.
Or at any stage?
My understanding is later it was moved away from the front reception area.
After Mazia left?
No, during her period.
Right. So initially we have it here in reception?
Yes.
If we could now go, please, we'll start with photo 3, if we can. Were you watching the evidence yesterday, Mr. Ting?
Yes.
So you saw the 4 photos that were put up of Office 1?
Yes.
Right. So we're going to have a look at those, and as it's coming up, I will start with the questions, but if you feel that you need to see the image before you can answer, please hold off. Mazia said of the photo I'm about to show you that the large partitions that you will see that are joined together were pulled across when one of the participants was training. Were you aware that training was conducted in the scenario now shown on the screen, that is closed off from the rest of the reception area?
Yes, my understanding was that was due to the specific requirements of that participant.
And so in that scenario, this participant, the particular participant, is in that very segregated environment?
At her, I'd say either request or based on what was going to work best for her.
But otherwise, when the coffee machines were out here in reception, they are in any event away from the work area of the office.
Correct. The intent of the program was also to be able to serve as visitors to the office, clients, and so on. So you'd have a welcoming environment at the front with participants able to offer coffee. That's similar to an arrangement that happened in a number of external employers as well, who hired an in-house barista.
If we could please go to photograph number 5. So this is with the petitions pulled back. This is the welcoming environment you were describing?
No, so that's so this is the back room. So I think yesterday when this was presented, I think that was the first time I'd seen this particular image. This is not what I believe the setup was. This does not look at all suitable.
Well, the evidence Mazia gave is that this isn't the back room, that this is off to the side of reception. So you can see in the bottom of, on the far left of the image, the foot of the petition that's been slid away.
So that's my misunderstanding. I thought this was a back room or within the office. As I mentioned, I've never visited Office 1.
And were you aware that the coffee machine, as pictured, was sitting on a computer stand?
No, it boggles my mind why that was set up like that and who did that. I don't understand a reason for that. That does not look suitable to me.
Who would you have expected to have oversight of this training environment? You said you'd never been there. Who's responsible for this?
I would have thought that that Mazia would have been responsible for ensuring that the setup was suitable, but ultimately that would have also fallen on the rehab management and AIMBIG management in the region. My understanding is that the National Operations Manager with AIMBIG assisted with this, and I would have assumed that the rehab management manager would have also been aware of this setup.
Well, Mazia sent emails to the National Operations Manager, to Mr. Rodriguez and to yourself about the training environment. That's correct, isn't it?
Correct. I don't believe I've seen this photo before yesterday.
No, I'm not asking about the photo. I'm asking about whether you received emails from Mazia in which she expressed her concerns about the training environment.
She would have sent emails about that, yes.
She did send emails like that. You accept that that's true?
Yes.
Right. So was it part of your responsibility to have ultimate responsibility for this training environment?
I would have expected that the team, the local team, would have had responsibility for the layout and the setup of their specific office, and if they'd seen something that was not suitable, to have taken relevant actions.
So by reference to position title, don't name any names if it's not appropriate to do so, but which position is ultimately responsible for this training environment?
At the time, it would have fallen under the National Operations Manager, who was at the time the acting regional manager for this region.
Ultimately, it would have been you, wouldn't it?
At the time, Mazia was reporting to the National Operations Manager, and this site was under that region.
But ultimately, it would have been you, wouldn't it?
I never have reported to the National Operations Manager.
Not asking that. All right.
As I understand your evidence, you have said that Mazia initially reported to the National Operations Manager,
Yes.
and then you say in July 2019, Mr. Rodriguez started,
Yes.
and all of the barista trainers reported to Mr. Rodriguez, who reported to you, and you reported to the General Manager.
Yes.
So once from July, when we've got on your evidence that reporting structure,
Yes.
do you then become responsible for this training environment?
So the specific training environment, this was within a rehab management office. So I would still say that the layout and the equipment there was the responsibility of the local team as well to oversee.
And so on a national quality assurance level, it's not your job.
No, that would have fallen to the local team.
And so regional manager.
Correct.
Who did the regional manager report to?
To the general manager.
And to your knowledge, did the general manager ever attend Office 1?
Yes, I'm not aware if he attended during this period.
Did you ever attend Office 2?
No, I've never visited Office 2.
So you can't say if it's a similar kind of setup or not.
Correct.
Mazia's evidence was that it's the same kind of coffee machine, and I think you agree with that.
Yes, that was the machine that we were using in this environment.
She said it was set up on a long table and that the cords were draping across the table. We don't have a photo of that to show you, but would you accept that there could be an accurate description?
I have not seen a photograph of that, so I couldn't say whether that was accurate.
I don't have a photograph to show you, just to be clear.
Correct.
And so Office 2, again, you would say the responsibility of the regional manager.
Correct.
But ultimately, the program is something you're responsible for, isn't it?
The program, yes.
And the program includes the equipment and locations at which it's delivered?
It would not have included the oversight of facilities, specifically facility offices that are being used for other purposes within the business. It would have included oversight of the cafes, for example. So, for example, the cafe that was opened later in this region.
Right. And pop-up cafes?
Yes.
But just not anything inside a rehab management office?
Correct.
Is the regional manager to whom you've been referring still with the relevant company?
Yes.
You could please have photo 7. So I'm changing to another photo now. I will just have a moment while that comes up. You would have heard Mazia giving evidence yesterday about what you can see now in this image, the grey bucket sitting on the bench next to the coffee machine.
Yes.
And how the hot water was put into that bucket and then had to be carried through the office and out into the sink.
Yes.
And from your earlier evidence, I take it you weren't aware that that was the scenario in which the training was delivered.
No, this is not something that I was aware of, or it's not something that I recall from the time.
And you said you saw the photos yesterday.
Yes.
This photo you're looking at now, when did you see it for the first time?
I don't recall when I saw this photo for the first time. I do recall I did see it during the preparation for this hearing.
Right. And during the preparation of this hearing, did you have a look at Mazia's statement?
Yes.
And did you have a look at her email of the 24th of June that attached those 4 earlier pictures?
Is that in the bundles?
Well, it is, but I'm just asking if you remember having a look at it.
During the preparation for this hearing?
Yes.
I recall that there were some emails which had images attached that I was not able to access, and I believe that the Rebus group was not able to view. So I don't recall seeing this earlier.
Do you have volume A of the tender bundle accessible to you?
Just one moment. So this is, okay, I've got volume A.
You have volume A?
Yes.
Please go to tab 8.
Yes, so there's an email there from Mazia to Yep.
To the National Operations Manager,
Yes.
dated the 24th of June 2019.
Yes.
And it says some photos of the basic setup. The walls can be pulled across when, in the name of the participant, is here and slide back for etc. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the photos are the photos that were displayed yesterday.
Yes. This photo that's currently being displayed is not in what I'm seeing in this bundle.
That's right. It's not. I asked you about these earlier photos. We can take that down if that's distracting to you.
Yep, that's
I was
okay.
asking you about when you saw these photos, these 4 photos attached to Mazia's statement, and you said you saw the email, but the images weren't accessible to the Ariba group. Do you remember giving that answer?
Yes, there were some photos which were not visible.
Attached to this email.
It may have been this email.
So if this is an email to someone in the organisation, the National Operations Manager, that those images should be accessible to you. Do you accept that?
No, I remember Mazia was sharing some images that were, I believe, were being stored on a Google Drive, which was her personal Google Drive. We don't have access to some of those images anymore.
Talking about this email, Mr. Ting,
Mm-hmm.
that was sent to
Mm-hmm.
the National Operations Manager.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your evidence that any of these 4 photos attached to this email were not visible to you?
I don't recall which specific photos. So I can't recall if I saw these specific photos.
Just so I'm clear about it, do you accept that you saw the email? Just leave the attachments for the moment.
Yes.
You saw the email,
Yes.
but your evidence is that the attached photographs were not accessible to you. Did you attempt to open the attachments?
We did, yes, but we couldn't do it. So I don't recall specifically which photos we could not see. I do recall there was one email which I believe had 4 photos, and I believe we could view one of the 4.
So your memory is that you could open one of the 4 attached photographs, but not the other 3.
Yeah, that may have been a different email, but I recall that there was this issue with some of the emails sent from Mazia.
To the extent that you were unable to open the attachments, did you do anything about that?
No, that would have required contacting Mazia to ask for access.
What about going back to the person who sent the email and asking the photographs to be sent in a different format?
That was Mazia.
I understand that. Why
Yes.
couldn't you have asked her to do it in a way that was more accessible?
So we've not contacted Mazia in relation to this hearing.
Are you saying that you couldn't access the images in preparation for this hearing? You're not talking about in 2019 when the emails were sent?
Correct. I was not a recipient of this email in 2019, so I'm not sure whether they were accessible at that time.
Well, that was what I was asking you about, whether you had received this email.
No, this email was sent from Mazia to the National Operations Manager.
And the National Operations Manager, you don't know what, if anything, the National Operations Manager did?
No, I'm not aware.
Is the National Operations Manager presently the same person as in June 2019?
Yes.
I'm beginning to wonder, Mr. Ting, why are you nominated to provide evidence to the Royal Commission?
That would be because the Busy Beans program was overseen by me nationally. But various
Program was overseen by you nationally.
Yes, but various portions obviously would have relied upon the work of others within the organisation in various other areas, such as local teams, such as people and culture, and so on. So I would not have been aware of every specific item.
Yes, thank you.
Now, it is my understanding that the Busy Beans program operated in a number of offices, or a number of rehab management offices, including the head office in Sydney.
Yes.
And there is referred to in your statement a video that's taken in the rehab management head office in Sydney.
Yes.
And I have been asked to and have declined to show that video because that is not part of the region that we are looking at. But as I understand it, the point you seek to make is that the setup shown in that video is different to the setup shown in the photos we've been looking at. Am I correct in understanding that?
Yes.
Do you have also provided the Royal Commission with a photograph from another office? And if it could just be brought up, this is MT01. Which, Commissioners, you will find in volume B at tab 2. Can you see that now, Mr. Ting?
Yes.
Is this a photograph of an office in the region that we are looking at?
No.
Is it a photograph of a rehab management office?
No.
Is
This
it
is
a
an
photo?
external employer.
An external employer?
Yes.
Right.
So that was
this is
working in an external employer in Sydney.
okay. And we see again in the foreground in front of the participant, the Breville coffee machine.
Yes.
And behind her, what appears to be a pod coffee machine.
Yes.
Am I correct in understanding that the Busy Bean only makes the coffee using the Breville machine?
Correct.
And are we looking at the Busy Bean's work environment here? This is where she would be expected to be working all day.
I believe so. I've not visited this particular employer's premises.
Right. How did you come to select that photo to provide to the Royal Commission?
So this was an example of to demonstrate what we believe that a Busy Bean working as an in-house barista would have entailed. This is a photograph that was taken by this employer. I believe we got it through their social media and where they were talking about the benefits of the program. And we wanted to highlight participants working successfully as a Busy Bean, as an in-house barista in external employment. And this was the intent of the program. My understanding is that this particular individual in this photograph was working there up till a 52-week outcome, at which point they would have left Ambig Employment Services. So I'm not sure what happened beyond that. But to me, this is an example of what we were intending for the program and the success that could come from it.
Thank you for that. Moving on, the cafe as a working environment.
Yes.
Now, this is addressed in your supplementary statement at paragraph 23. And there's the issue that I want to explore with you is the difference between establishing a cafe and opening a cafe. So as I understand your evidence, the lease was entered into in about July 2019?
In June 2019.
June 2019. And participants were enrolled on the 24th and 27th of June 2019?
Yes.
And you say in your statement that they were enrolled to assist in to commence training and prepare the cafe for opening.
Yes, to be ready to be open to the public commercially.
Yes. So what were they doing to prepare the cafe for opening?
So they were not preparing the cafe for opening. They were receiving training themselves to be ready for that opening, which to the best of my recollection, would have occurred in July 2019.
When you say it would have occurred in 2019, that this is the opening, you say in your statement that it wasn't, the cafe wasn't trading to the public. You weren't selling coffee.
At that stage, yeah, that's correct. At that stage, when it first opened, we knew that it was a new business. We knew that the participants hadn't received much training at that time, not yet. So what we were offering was effectively free coffee to local businesses for a short period.
And you say in your statement that Busy Beans family members came in to have a coffee.
Yes.
And sorry, I'm just trying to find the correct reference in your statement. So we've got support workers, parents and carers and other AIM Big staff coming in.
Yes.
And these people are all having free coffee.
Yes.
And you observed and were told about workers from local businesses coming to have free coffee.
Yeah.
But I just want to come back to paragraph 23C, where you talk about to commence training and prepare the cafe for opening. This is the Busy Beans. Was I clear in correct to understand your oral evidence today is they weren't preparing the cafe?
Yeah, I think my intention in wording it was to have a cafe that's ready to open. You need qualified, trained baristas. So part of preparing the cafe for opening is to have Busy Beans who are able to make a coffee.
Now, in your statement, in your AIM Big statement, you refer at paragraph 28A to a promotional video that we are told was shot in the cafe in September 2019.
So that was shot in late August 2019, and it was then loaded to YouTube in early September 2019.
And there are people depicted in that video, and they are participants, trainers, and family members.
Correct.
There are no paying members of the public there.
In that video, correct.
And the video shows some cafe furniture.
Yes.
And again, I've been asked to show the video today, and I am not doing so because it shows participants and people whose names we are not publishing. But I just want to understand your reason for asking it to be shown is because it shows the setup and it shows the furniture. Is that correct?
Yes, I wanted to show, I guess, the difference between what the setup was in Office 1 as the photographs that have been seen, and what we were operating at a larger scale at the cafe by July, August 2019. That it's a very, very different environment. It was open more broadly to the public. At that point, not commercially trading, as in not taking money for coffee. That came later. But my feeling was that looking at the photographs of Office 1 as they were in June 2019 gave a wrong impression, in my view, of what the program was.
It is the correct impression of what the program was in Office 1. That's the truth, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not the correct impression of what the program was for the larger number of participants.
But for any participant who worked at Office 1, who was enrolled at Office 1, that was their reality, wasn't it?
That's as of June 2019, yes.
When did it change?
My understanding is that we did have a larger coffee cart that did come in several months after that, upon which which was a more professional coffee setup, set up within the office. and the coffee machines were placed on top of that. So that would have solved some of those issues that were seen in that photograph.
So
I hope that shortly after that photograph, some of those other issues were resolved too, because I think that I can't understand why some of those things would have been allowed to have remained as seen.
Where does the understanding you've just described come from?
Because I remember we had those coffee carts custom built for various pop-up events and then distributed to various locations.
But you have no knowledge of what actually happened with this particular program, though, do you? No personal knowledge?
In Office 1?
Yeah.
So that coffee cart would have been sent to Office 1 later, several months later, towards the end of 2019.
How do you know?
Because I arranged for that to be sent there.
Why?
Because it was no longer being used for the pop-up cafe that it was originally ordered for, and I knew that it could be used in other locations.
So it was surplus to requirements elsewhere?
It was something that was very useful that could have been used in other locations. So, which is why we did that.
Yes, yes, Ms. Downs.
Thank you, Chair. Back to the cafe and this distinction between establishing and opening, if I could please get you to turn to tab 67 in volume D.
Is that 60 or 57?
67.
In bundle D?
Yes.
The moment we're going to find that. Okay. Is this the email entitled Cafe Launch Date?
Yes, that's correct. And so the end of the email chain, so the top of the page is the 27th of September, 2019?
Yes.
Right. So this is an email exchange, an email chain. In fact, the whole chain is dated the 27th of September, and it is about, as you've read out, the opening date of the cafe. And you are included in this email exchange?
Yes.
And so if you turn to the fourth page into the email, I want to direct your attention to the email sent by you on the 27th at 1:48 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
And so you're addressing the National Operations Manager and you say, I don't understand what's stopping us from having a soft opening and start selling to the public.
Yes.
We have Square for payments, disposable cups for takeaway. We can start selling to the public and schedule a proper launch event end of October.
Yes.
So then there is a reply from the National Operations Manager to you. And it says, Square isn't set up. We have no furniture and no suppliers other than the name of a business. If these are organised, we can open. Are you able to explain to the Royal Commission why the National Operations Manager is saying we have no furniture when the video that you tell us was shot at the end of August pictures furniture?
I can't answer that. This is why I believe that there was no reason why we couldn't open to the public at that time. Or I'm trying to say why we couldn't open and commercially trade with the public at that time.
Well, you were talking about using disposable cups and selling takeaway. So you're not talking about having people sit down for coffees anyway, are you?
Well, I would have been to the cafe by then. I can't remember the first time I was there, but the first time I was there, the furniture was there as seen in that video. So in my mind, we could have easily been selling coffee with takeaway cups. We had furniture there for people to sit at. I didn't understand what was stopping us from doing that.
And then Mr. Rodriguez replies at 1:59 p.m. and he says, and this is the second paragraph, "You don't need furniture to start selling takeaway. We should start immediately."
Yes.
He's not saying there is furniture. What are you talking about, is he?
That's not what he's saying. But he would have been aware that there was furniture. I recall being at the cafe with him at some point during this early period when there was furniture.
So you're unable to explain why either you or Mr. Rodriguez didn't just write back to the National Operations Manager and say, there is furniture, what are you talking about?
No, obviously didn't send an email worded that way.
No, well, but you didn't send an email suggesting that it was ready to open for sit-down service either. Both of you are talking about selling takeaway coffee. You agree with that?
Yes, but to me, I didn't particularly care whether it was takeaway coffee or sit-down service, as long as it was open and public and commercially trading. That was, to me, the important part of that.
I think it's important for the Royal Commission to know when the cafe actually opened. And this email exchange is about having a soft opening and starting selling takeaway. And you'll see that in Mr. Rodriguez's email sent at 4:33 p.m. He says there's no reason we can't start trading from Monday.
Exactly.
Right. But that's with the takeaways that you're talking about.
Yeah, whether it was with takeaways or with sit down with the furniture that was there, I didn't see a reason why we couldn't start trading.
But you also didn't say the furniture is there.
No, I didn't explicitly tell that to the National Operations Manager, who should have known anyway.
Well, clearly he didn't know. You agree with that?
I would disagree. I think he would have known because he lives not that far from this particular location, and I'm aware that he did do work out of this the cafe from time to time during this time.
In any event, the public opening, the selling of coffee to the public didn't begin until approximately October 2019.
Correct. That was when we had the square terminals installed. The reason why we wanted the square terminals involved was because we initially, part of the program, we didn't want it to be Busy Beans was about being an in-house barista, and we wanted to remove a lot of the money handling side of things from the training, because that's not relevant to somebody working internally within an office. So we didn't want to be dealing with cash payments and such. But when we did open the cafe up to the public for commercial trading, we found that the square terminal was very suitable for that. It was very easy to use and very easy for maintaining those accounts. And we weren't collecting cash.
Was your expectation that everyone who participated in the Busy Beans program would become an in-house barista?
No.
So some of them may have gone on to work in cafe environments as their external employment.
Correct.
Do you not think that part of the training you would need to deliver to someone to work in a cafe environment is the handling of money?
Well, that wasn't the original intent of the program. And once we did have that cafe publicly trading or commercially trading, that's why we did have the square terminals, which are also commonly used in cafes.
Yes, and as a result of changes brought about by COVID-19, there's far less cash used for these kinds of things. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
But in late 2019, it would still have been reasonably common for somebody to pay for their coffee with cash?
Reasonably common. I know that one of the things that was discussed with cafes was hiring Busy Beans participants, not necessarily in the cash handling position, but in the in making coffee as part of a team, so they themselves would not be working the terminal or working the till.
So not able to take the orders, just make them.
Taking orders, making orders, but not necessarily being given training from through the Busy Beans program on collecting cash.
But in an external employment in a cafe environment, when you take the order, wouldn't you expect also to take payment at that time?
That would depend on the setup at the individual cafe, I believe.
You weren't training your participants to do that?
We were training them to use the Square terminal in the cafe.
Right. Moving on. The ratio of barista trainees to trainers was based around a 4 trainees per trainer model. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that ratio was decided by AIMBIG?
Yes.
And it wasn't based upon any advice or an assessment about optimal training environments?
No, it was based on what we believe was going to be workable and suitable.
Right. But you didn't take any advice about how many trainers you needed for how many participants?
No, we didn't take external advice on that.
Right. And when you say what would be workable and suitable, that's a financial consideration, how much a trainer costs versus how much you make out of the trainees?
So that was one of the considerations, yes.
Well, what were the others?
What's going to deliver a suitable experience for the participants? What can a trainer actually manage at a time? What are people going to be doing during this period? Space capacities, issues like that.
And so in your conception of the program, is there one person, one trainee on a coffee machine at a time?
Yes, and we'd have with more than one coffee machine.
So we saw in Office 1 there were 2 coffee machines.
Yes.
And in the video of the cafe, there's 1 coffee machine.
There was more than one coffee machine in the cafe. We did have that larger commercial coffee machine, and I believe we did have at least 1 or 2 of the smaller Breville's there as well. Again, that was to familiarise participants with different models of machine.
So on the larger commercial machine, it's still 1 participant per machine?
On that particular model, yes.
Right. And so you've got the commercial machine and some of the Breville models in the cafe?
Yes.
And how many of those were there?
At least 1. I probably wouldn't be surprised if it was maybe 2. I can't remember the exact number.
So maximum 3 coffee machines in the cafe?
That sounds right.
And so with a trainer to trainee ratio, or trainee to trainer ratio of 4:1, you've still got 1 trainee, 1 busy bean who doesn't have a coffee machine in that scenario.
That's in a scenario where everybody's just standing at a coffee machine. But I think there's plenty of other things that could have been happening within the environment, whether they're either just observing or whether they're working on cleaning the premises, maintaining the site. Part of the training involved customer engagement, how you deal with customers in a hospitality setting. So there are a lot of things that could be done.
So the busy bean who wasn't on a coffee machine might have been role-playing the position of a customer?
They could have been.
They might have been attending to cleaning?
They could have been.
And you said maintenance of the site. What maintenance were they doing?
Or like cleaning, maintaining the coffee machines, which is very important, especially at the start and end of the day.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. How can they be maintaining a coffee machine while another busy bean is using it?
So that's at the start or end of the day.
Yes, what I'm trying to explore with you, Mr. Ting, is what the fourth busy bean is doing while the three machines are occupied. So I accept coffee machines need cleaning at the start and end of the day. I'm not cavilling with that evidence. What's the fourth busy bean doing?
So they could have been doing any number of tasks within the cafe.
Yes, please tell us what they are.
So as I mentioned just now, some of it could be, it could have been dealing with customers. It could have been participating in the training in a role play situation. It could have been cleaning. It could have been attending to stock take of supplies or any number of activities.
And in the Office 1 scenario where we've got those two machines, then we've got two busy beans who don't have a machine. Are they doing similar non-coffee making tasks?
So there were never 4 participants at a time in Office 1. I believe that the most that we ever had was maybe 1 to 2.
Right.
Ms. Dowsett, are you going to, perhaps I've missed this, have you referred or do you intend to refer to the email behind tab D68?
I haven't, but I can do so now.
Well, it does seem to be relevant,
Yes. So,
bearing in mind who's received a copy.
Mr. Ting, could you please turn to the email in volume D at tab 68?
Yes. I believe this was one of the emails which we couldn't view the attachments, but the email does reference at that time the current setup with the red cart. So that was the larger coffee cart that we had sent to Office 1.
Right. So, as the chair noted, you are a recipient of this email, and it was sent on the 7th of November 2019.
Yes.
And so at that stage, is that when you're saying you couldn't access the photos?
I'm saying that I have not been able to access these photos in preparation for this hearing. I don't recall if I saw them at the time.
So you don't recall whether you opened them at the time?
Correct.
Right.
Why was Mazia sending an email to you?
It's CC to me. It's addressed to Miguel Rodriguez, who was her direct manager.
Yeah, but it was CC to you.
Yes.
You had not. You said you didn't visit this place. Why would she be copying you in by name?
Fine. She doesn't address me by name. I'm CC'd in it.
That's called sending a copy to you, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
She obviously she knew who I was. We did work together. For most operational matters, day-to-day matters, she was dealing directly with her direct manager at that time, Miguel Rodriguez.
That just tells me that she was dealing with her direct manager, but it doesn't tell me. But it doesn't tell me why you're a named recipient of the email she's sending to the manager.
So I'm not aware of the specific reason why she would have done that.
Yeah.
Could that reason have been because you have overall responsibility and oversight of this program?
That could be a reason.
And you don't recall whether you tried to open these emails at the time?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Sorry, I missed that there.
No, I have no specific recollection of opening and viewing this email.
Right. We can tell that two of the image numbers in this email, so IMG 2749 and IMG 2747, are copies of images that were in the 24 June 2019 email, that those same JPEG image numbers appear as attachments in that email.
Okay.
So when you gave evidence earlier that you didn't recall whether you'd seen, sorry, I'll rephrase that. I think you said that you hadn't seen those photos until you were preparing for this hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't believe I had. But if those photographs were included in this email, those photographs were dated June 2019. This email is November 2019. This is 5 months later. So I don't think that would have been an accurate depiction of the setup at that time.
Well, she says in the November 2019 email, some photos to give you an idea of the training space at Office 1. The kitchen is at the back of the office and the cart is in reception. The last photo is the current setup with the red cart in front of the two tables. So perhaps her purpose in including the June ones is to show, well, this is what it used to be and this is what it is now. Do you accept that? Could have been her purpose.
That could have been the purpose, yes.
And so at least from the 7th of November, you had an opportunity to have seen images of Office 1.
As it was in June 2019.
And November 2019.
Yes.
Was it your practice not to open emails?
I don't think that's a fair assessment.
Was it your practice not to open attachments to emails?
No.
So if you were the CC of an email, which we've just seen, then in accordance with your usual practice, you would have opened the email and opened the attachments.
So in all likelihood, I did see this, but I do not have a specific recollection of this or what the image looked like.
And does it follow that you also have no recollection of taking any steps to address any deficiencies you might have observed in the photos?
So I believe that that would have been addressed through Mr. Rodriguez at the time.
But if you're ultimately responsible, don't you get on to your 2IC and say, Mr. Rodriguez, what are you doing about it?
I'm sure I did have that conversation, and I don't recall the outcome of that.
So, sorry, you're sure you did have a conversation with him about what he was doing about that training environment?
I believe I probably did, yes, but I don't have a specific recollection about that.
But you told us earlier on that you weren't ultimately responsible for any of this. Why would you have a conversation with the manager?
I wasn't ultimately responsible for the layout of the of this office, but I certainly was in a position where I could be working with other members of the business to try to improve things.
I'm not sure I understand the distinction. Were you or were you not responsible for the conduct of this program at Office 1?
No, I don't think I was
You just intervened from time to time to have a conversation with someone who was responsible.
So in this instance, because I was not responsible for Office 1, and there was other managers in that area, I didn't have direct responsibility for this office. No.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Ting, do you understand there to be a difference between direct responsibility and ultimate responsibility?
I believe ultimate responsibility would imply all the way up to the top of the chain.
So it's Ms. Romero who's ultimately responsible for this training environment?
But that's not something that she would personally be engaged with. That's the purpose of having staff to deal with these matters.
Thank you. Moving on. The topic I want to go to now is selection of participants. So Aim Big as a DES program has a number of DES participants on its books.
Yes.
And are we correct in understanding that those participants are collectively referred to as the caseload?
Yes.
And so the selection of participants for the Busy Beans program is selecting people from the Aim Big DES caseload to participate, to join, enrol in Busy Beans.
Correct.
And this is addressed in paragraphs 77 to 84 of the Statement of Agreed Facts.
One moment. Which paragraph was that? Sorry.
77 to 84.
Yes, I've got that now.
And so it is an agreed fact that the process adopted by Aim Big, process adopted to select Aim Big clients to participate had the following steps. A job coach made a referral, and from around August 2019, Mazia was involved in an assessment of the client's suitability for participating in the program and gave a recommendation. The National Operations Manager or other Aim Big managers would undertake a further assessment, and Mr. Wilson would make the final determination.
Yes.
Were you one of those other Aim Big managers who would undertake the further assessment?
Not at a, probably at a pretty a low level. Mostly around looking at suitability in terms of number of participants that we already have, ensuring that we're not going over the ratios that we want, and also having a look to see that have these participants have they been asked if they want to be part of the program, and also looking at potential the benchmarks and funding levels attached.
I should have perhaps asked you this earlier when asking you about your qualifications. Do you have any qualifications or experience in working with people with disability?
No.
So when you're talking about an assessment of suitability, you're really, to the extent you're involved in this process, you're looking at the ratios and financial side of it from a business perspective rather than a person-centred participant perspective.
Correct. I would have been relying upon job coaches to have looked at it from the person-centric point of view and had these conversations about whether this is the program that was of interest to the individual.
And when you were talking about funding levels, that's a reference to the risk-adjusted funding?
Yes.
This rating of 1 to 5 we spoke about earlier today?
Yes.
And it's correct, isn't it, that you also had regard to potential Busy Beans benchmark hours?
Yes.
And that Aim Big's focus was to look for potential participants with an 8-hour benchmark.
That would have been ideal for the program, yes.
And people with a 15-hour benchmark were considered where they had a higher funding level.
Yes.
And that's because it cost Aim Big more in terms of the hours of worked if a person had a 15-hour benchmark rather than an 8-hour benchmark.
Correct. That was part of the that financial assessment around viability. Busy Beans program was an expensive program for Aim Big. Ultimately, it did lose quite a good deal of money for Aim Big. But what we wanted to ensure that we were doing was trying to minimise that that financial burden.
Mr. Ting, I'm going to ask to be put up on the screen in a private shot, so it will be visible to the commissioners and the leave to appear parties, but not to the public. I'm going to put up your attachment MT07. Commissioners, this is in bundle B at tab 8. So it's just to be clear, Mr. Ting, the public won't see this. And commissioners, it's the final page in this email that I want to go to.
Yes.
I don't know if you can read that, Mr. Ting. We'll try and see if we can get it bigger, or do you have the paper copy in front of you?
I can see that. I've got the paper now in front of me as well.
So just to introduce the document, this is a projection that was prepared of the revenue that could be received by 26-week placements being achieved and the cost of those placements. Would you agree that's a fair assessment of what this document is?
Yes.
And it shows in the revenue section, the columns are headed role and then name, and the name of the busy beans have been redacted, save that we can see Mazia identified and BT1.
Yes.
Then in the next column over, we have their risk-adjusted funding level. And you
Yes.
can see, for example, that the first busy bean listed has a funding level of 2.
Yes.
And then the final column is outcome fees. And so
Yes.
for a busy bean with a funding level of 2, the outcome fee payable after 26 weeks is $7,785. That's correct?
Yes.
And then if we could go down the list there, you can see there's a person who has a funding level of 5.
Yes.
That's the 5th person from the bottom. For that person, if they achieve a 26-week outcome, the funding payment to AIM Big would be $27,472. That's correct.
Yes.
Right. And so that's what we're talking about the difference between funding levels. It is quite a significant difference, even between a 2 and a 5.
Yes.
And then at the bottom part of the page is cost for 26 weeks. You see that?
Yes.
And the first row in that part refers to 13 busy beans on an 8-hour benchmark at $33 an hour.
Yes.
Now, these 13 busy beans, these are TLH employed busy beans. That's correct?
Correct.
Because we saw, sorry, I should have made this point before, when we've listed the role up in the first column where we've got all the busy beans, 2 are marked as RM employed.
Yes.
Those are the rehab management employed busy beans.
Yes.
Then the 2 trainers underneath them.
Yes.
So everybody else in that list is a TLH employee.
So, yes, so there's only 3 people in there who are employed by rehab management. 2 busy beans plus Mizia.
Plus BT1. Oh, sorry, plus Mazia, yes. Right. But so when we're looking back down in this costs, the 13 busy beans, $33 an hour, can you just confirm for me, that's the amount that's paid by AIM Big to TLH?
Correct. It's a rough figure. It's not exactly $33.
But it's not what the busy beans receive.
No, so that $33 would be inclusive of their hourly rate, super, work cover, insurances, and a margin for TLH's admin as well.
Right. And it's listed here under costs, and I've referred to it in my question as costs that were paid by AIM Big. But I just want to test that with you and ask you, who was paying this cost? Was it AIM Big or was it rehab management?
I believe it was rehab management paying these invoices.
Right. Because my understanding is that the cafe was rented by rehab management.
Yes.
And yet we see it listed in the costs section, the rental there.
Yes.
So
we're
is it a
looking at
cost?
the overall cost of the group at this point.
In any stage, either in this projection of cost and revenue or in the actual figures that are in your statement and we'll come to later, is there any place in which it's divided between AIM Big and rehab management, or do you always consider the cost and revenue for the group as a whole?
I think for the most part, we would have been looking at the group as a whole.
And just before I finish off on this document, if we look at in the costs section, the two participants who are, so the second and third rows are Busy Bean participant, 15-hour benchmark, $25 per hour, and then Busy Bean participant, 8-hour benchmark, $25 an hour. So they're both the same hourly rate, but when we go over to the calculation column, this is the point I was seeking to make. It costs you more to have someone work for $15 an hour, of 15 hours rather than 8 hours. That's correct?
Correct.
But that's... Pardon?
Correct. It costs more because they're working more hours.
Yes. But the outcome fees that you receive don't change relative to benchmark hours. They change relative to risk-adjusted funding level.
Correct.
And that's why if somebody at a higher benchmark hours wants to come in, AIM Big needs them to have the higher funding level.
Correct.
Chair, I know
generally the other reason for this is the participants with a higher funding level were deemed, as you mentioned before, as having a higher level of disadvantage. One of the purposes of the Busy Bean program was specifically to be working with that cohort of people who had experienced high levels of disadvantage, had higher support needs. So we're talking about DES participants with autism, intellectual disability, people who often would have had much lower success rates in the DES program overall. So that's one of the reasons. Obviously, the financial calculation was one of the factors here, but that also went into why these people were selected. I think if we look in the evidence, I recall there's emails where Mizia herself said that certain participants were not suitable for the Busy Beans program because she felt that they didn't need it, that they didn't need this additional support. So that goes back to the original intent of the program.
Yes, but if you look at the funding levels that are listed here on this document, we see that there are a couple of level 5s, and there's one level 4 ESS and one level 4 DMS. Oh, sorry, there are 2 level 4s ESS. We don't see this skewing to the higher level, greater disadvantage, need for greater support, do we?
Not looking at necessarily at that. It's always been my impression that those the risk-adjusted funding levels don't accurately really portray the actual amount of support required. It's been my experience that especially younger people, say school leavers, they, regardless of disability support required, may come up with a lower funding level because one of the factors that goes into that assessment is years of unemployment. So I've seen, for example, people with very high needs Down syndrome and so on at the lowest funding level, which as a DES provider, it means that these are people who probably need the most support, probably need the most funding to be able to provide the support. And ultimately then, as a DES provider, you're the least financially incentivized to work with. So that's been my observation of, I guess, one of the flaws of the program. If I were to go into a rant.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. I was just receiving a time check because I am, as you saw this morning, bad for picking up these signals. So
it looked as though you were being terminated with extreme prejudice, actually.
Something like that. So is this a convenient time, Chair?
Yes. Just a couple of questions, though, Mr. Ting, about this document. Just to see if I can understand it.
Yes.
The revenue is over a period of 26 weeks. It represents for each of the participants the fees that will come at the 26-week mark. Is that how it works?
Yes. Well, I believe that should be the 13 and 26 week outcome combined.
Yes. There are 3 of those people that are named. I won't name them, but at least 3, it may be 4, including Mazia, are included in the revenue stream because they attract the payment, the fee, at the 26 weeks mark.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Those same people who attract the fees are part of the expense because the costs include the monies paid to them for the services they perform.
Yes.
There's not a precise correlation between those 2 amounts because there's a limit on the revenue based upon the formulae that apply. But in the case of Mazia, for example, she's down as working 35 hours a week at an hourly rate, and that produces a larger cost than the revenue stream that is the result of placing her for 26 weeks. Have I got that right?
That's correct.
The you've said, I think, was a cost incurred by Rehab Management Australia, Proprietary Limited, not AIMBIC.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair, I'll just interrupt to say, please don't say the name of the cafe again.
Oh, it's on the screen, isn't it?
No, it's blocked out.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, on mine. All right. Well, there are a number in the area anyway. All right, thank you. That is for something that was intended to be a commercial operation, wasn't it?
Correct.
Why is there $200 a week recorded as $200 instead of $5,200? Revenue from the cafe.
Yep. So that's at the
Coffee
top there.
sales. Sorry?
So that's what, 200 times.
There's coffee sales, $200 per week, and the total amount. I'm sorry, I've misread it. It's my fault. It is 5,200. I thought that was a dollar sign. All right, I understand that. Now, where does one take into account other forms of either revenue or subsidy received by the company for the conduct of this program? Because there are other financial arrangements, were there not?
In terms of wage subsidies?
Not wage subsidies. Was there not support from other sources for the establishment of this program?
Yeah, so that hasn't been factored into the cost into this. That would have been all as standard business as usual costs that would have been incurred regardless of this operation.
Now, I'm talking about did you not receive support from, for example, a council for the operations of this program?
Oh, yes. So that would have happened later in a small amount of money.
It's not included here.
No, because that was something that happened later.
That will be part of the revenue that the company derived for operating the scheme.
Yes. So this was this email is August 2019. We did get small amounts of money later on, for example, like that, as you mentioned, from a council grant. So, and that's not reflected here.
All right, well, I won't pursue that at the moment, but I take it that there are other factors that would need to be taken into account in determining whether the program was producing ultimately a profit, however you regard the other forms of subsidy for the company. Not just what's on this sheet.
So other costs such as like the ongoing post-placement support, job coach costs, and so on. Is that what we're...
No, I'm talking about support, financial support for the scheme, not the cost, financial support.
So the only other financial support that we did have was we got an NDIS grant as well, which covered expenses to a certain extent. I don't recall whether this email was prepared before or after we received confirmation.
Right, well, I'll check it, but I seem to remember a grant from a council that was not insubstantial.
Chair,
If I recall,
these are matters.
maybe 1,000.
Sorry, just hold on for that. Yeah.
Chair, these are matters I will be taking
All right,
Mr. Ting
okay.
to
Well,
after
we'll
lunch.
come-
They are addressed in his statement.
All right, we'll come to them later on. All right, it's now 10 past 1. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is resumed.
Yes, Mr. Elson.
Thank you, Chair. Before the luncheon adjournment, you were asking Mr. Ting some questions about external sources of funding for the Busy Beans program. Mr. Ting, could I ask you please to turn in your AIM Big statement to paragraph 67.
Yes, I've got that.
Okay, so in this paragraph, you've set out in table form grants received by the Busy Beans program, or sorry, I'll withdraw that. Were these grants received by AIM Big or by Rehab Management?
There's a mix in there. So there's an NDIA grant that was received by Rehab Management. Then there's the DES funding, which goes to AIM Big.
Right, the council funding?
Sorry?
The council funding, the next row.
Which one? The 17th October?
Yes.
Yes, that would have gone to AIM Big.
And then the coffee sales?
So that would have been to AIM Big.
Right. And then the final row there, what is that?
So that basically represents the capital that was spent internally to cover the shortfall of other funding sources. So based on that calculation, effectively the Ariba Group as a whole had to outlay an additional $359,000 to sustain the program.
And that's nationally?
Yes.
Are you able to say what, if anything, the cost of Office One was to the Busy Beans program?
The cost of Office One probably would have been the salaries for trainers, Busy Beans participants, the cost of machines, cost of supplies. So because it was an existing rehab management site, we didn't have to enter a new lease for it. It would have been relatively minimal compared to some of the other sites.
And we saw from the photos that no money was spent on fit out.
On extra fit out, no. We're basically using, as can be seen in the photographs, office furniture and the coffee machines.
Was it part of your role to be across the money side of the Busy Beans program?
To a certain extent, yes.
So you would have known that no money was spent on fit out.
Yes.
Right. Just if I could go back to those grants that we were talking about, you mentioned the amount of the Ariba Group input.
Yes.
The NDIS funding, that was in excess of $300,000.
Yes.
And then the outcome fees, I think you've already mentioned this in your evidence, but it was $874,832 nationally.
Yes.
Are you able to break that figure down? Oh, sorry, I'll withdraw that because we'll get to that in a moment. The City Council grant was slightly over $1,000.
Yes.
And then the coffee sales is just in excess of $20,000.
Yes.
Now, coffee sales, this is just from cafes,
Correct.
because in the office environments, the coffee is free.
Correct.
If you could move, please, to paragraph 72. And I'm going to have this put up once again on that private screen so the commissioners can see it and you can see it, but it won't be displayed publicly. Just while that's coming up, this is the, as I understand it, actual profit and loss for the program in the relevant region.
In those days, yes.
In those dates, between January 2019 to April 2020.
Yes.
Right. And so we see, firstly, the heading revenue. And the outcome fees, those are outcome fees earned by AIMBIG in this region.
Yes.
So in what is effectively just under a year from May 2019 when the first Busy Beans arrived to March 2020 when COVID arrives, the outcome fees received were $189,109.
Yes.
Right. The grant income is the next source of revenue. Are you able to identify that grant by reference to the ones we were just looking at in paragraph 67?
Yes, that's the NDIA grant. So the NDIA grant covered 4 regions. So this is effectively 1/4 of that that grant revenue.
And then the next entry is other income. What was the other income?
So that would have included the coffee sales, and it would have included that other council grant.
Right. So if we take off the approximately $1,300 for the grant, it's just over $5,000 worth of coffee?
Yes.
And then the cost of the service, we see wages and salaries. So does this relate to AIMBIG employees?
So I believe that wages and salaries here covers the rehab management employees, which is Mizia, and I believe the 2 of the participants. I believe there's an allocation for salaries of a portion of my salary, a portion of Mr. Rodriguez's salary, which I believe would have covered and fallen into that.
Into wages and salaries?
I believe so. Yes.
Because we've got the next entry is labour hire Busy Beans participants. So that's money that you're paying to TLH. Is that right?
Correct.
So that's approximately $218,000.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's an entry for other. And are you able to tell the Royal Commission what that other is?
I'm not sure right at this moment what is in there. I'm thinking that there are things like facilities that are covered elsewhere, supplies, coffee supplies, probably things like, not sure if like mileage, things like that.
Mr. Ting, who prepared these figures?
The Ariba Group finance team.
You have no knowledge as to whether they're correct or not, do you?
I had input into what went into some of the line items, not all of them.
But to answer my question, you don't know whether these figures are correct?
I'd be relying upon the Aruba Group Finance team.
Exactly. So the answer to my question is no, you don't.
Correct.
Correct. Do I take it that wages and salaries includes what would amount to overhead? Include overhead?
As in superannuation, insurances.
No, in the sense of attributing part of the costs to people in the head office or head offices. Sorry?
A lot of that goes under there's at the bottom corporate allocation, which I believe that covers things like the marketing, IT, so on.
But I thought you said wages and salaries covered, for example, part of your cost.
Yes. So my understanding is that wages and salaries in this covers people directly in the program or directly working on the program, not the, say, that head office central support function.
Anyway, the short answer is you didn't prepare these, so you can't really tell us how precise or correct they are.
Correct.
All right.
And you would just be doing your best to speculate about what might be included in, if I keep asking you about, well, what's in other and what's in other employment costs, you actually don't know what those amounts are.
The specific details, no.
Right, okay, thank you.
And just to be clear about it, these figures relate to a region. They don't relate specifically to Office 1.
Correct.
And I think you've already told Ms. Dowsett that the expenses attributable to Office 1 were rather small in the scale of things.
Correct.
Yeah, all right. I think we're getting there to understand what the figures mean.
One final question on this information about finances. There's no reference in here to wage subsidies because that is something that is paid through AIM Big, but you get reimbursed. So it's neither cost nor revenue. You're just the pipe through which that money flows.
Correct. Wage subsidies to TLH. Yes.
Yes. And you've given evidence that that was slightly in excess of $110,000?
Nationally.
Nationally, yes. And you've also indicated in your statement that that was based upon the amount of $1,650 inclusive of GST per participant with some pro rata payments.
Correct.
And so we take it from that AIM Big paid the maximum amount of wage subsidy for each of the participants employed by TLH.
That's my understanding.
You weren't involved in those decisions?
No.
I want to take you now to a spreadsheet that, two spreadsheets. One has been prepared by AIM Big and you will find it in volume D at tab 85. And you should also have within reach volume B, also tab 85.
This is the list of participants in the region.
So you're in volume D with the AIM Big spreadsheet, is that correct?
Yep, I've got the volume D one. I'm just looking for the volume B. The volume D one. Yep.
Right. While those who are in the room with you are finding volume B, let's deal with volume D. Were you involved in the preparation of this spreadsheet?
Yes.
And were steps taken to ensure that the accuracy of this spreadsheet?
So this was based on the information that MBIG currently has. My involvement in preparation was primarily to identify the list of the names of individuals who should be on it, and then the details of in the subsequent columns were extracted by our National Operations Manager.
Did you check it before it was provided to the Royal Commission?
I did.
Right. And so you're satisfied that of the accuracy of this statement, of this spreadsheet?
Yes, I couldn't spot any errors or issues from my end.
And to your knowledge, it includes all of the participants in the region in the period that we're interested in.
Correct. The paid participants and the unpaid work experience participants.
Yes. Now, if we could turn then to the AIM Big spreadsheet. So this is volume B at tab 85.
Okay, just a moment. We're just looking for that.
Sorry, the TLH spreadsheet.
Thank you.
You have that there?
I'm still looking for it. Is that tab 71?
No, it's tab 85.
Okay. Because we're aware that some of our tab numbers are slightly different.
I think we've got two tab 85s, one in volume D and one in volume B.
Correct, Chair.
Right.
So this document, is this the spreadsheet submitted by TLH?
Yes,
The participants?
yes.
Yes.
Have you been able to review the TLH spreadsheet in preparation for giving your evidence today?
I have had a look at this, yes.
Right. And so you would be aware that it includes all of the participants in the Busy Beans program nationally who were employed by TLH?
It would include all of the Busy Beans nationally hired through TLH, and it looks like there's been a filter of position listed as some trainee barista, because I believe that there might have been some who were listed with a position description of kitchen hand that I couldn't find on this.
Right. And there are also some in here who are listed as trainer.
Yes.
Right. But the point being that the TLH version is a national version and the AIM Big version is just the region.
Yes.
Right. Now, in her opening, Ms. Eastman noted that the information provided to the Royal Commission, which is this, the information provided to the Royal Commission indicates that Busy Beans participants who were employed by TLH had their employment terminated on or about the day that they ceased involvement in the Busy Beans program. You get that by putting these two tables together. The AIM Big column, headed column C, the date the individual ceased the Busy Beans program, and the TLH column, finished week ending date. Now, I understand that you would like an opportunity to respond to that proposition. So do you agree that it is true when you look at those pieces of information, TLH employed Busy Beans participants had their employment terminated on or about the day they ceased in the program?
So I don't think that's entirely accurate. Participants employed via TLH were casuals. They wouldn't have had their employment terminated. The casual arrangement was about how many hours a participant would receive. What we wanted to try to do, because coming into March 2020, especially with COVID, we wanted to see what we could do to try to support these participants into other work, other opportunities, potentially through TLH. I'm aware that there were participants who did continue to work after that date in other roles through TLH or with other employers. I'm also aware that there's a number of participants who the start and end date is more than that 26-week period, because we did continue to give them rostered shifts after the 26 weeks. So I think the argument that it was 26 weeks and you're on the street is not quite accurate. That's my position on that.
Perhaps you misunderstood the question, or maybe I wasn't so clear. I'm not saying their employment was terminated after 26 weeks. I'm saying that when they finished in the Busy Beans program, whether that was at 26 weeks or before or after 26 weeks, within a day or two of ceasing in the Busy Beans program, their employment was terminated.
So I think a termination of employment to me suggests an actual termination or separation document, which I don't believe was the case unless the participant requested it, often for, say, centralling purposes. That would not have been something that would have happened from TLH. If somebody had ended the Busy Beans program, let's say, for example, because of COVID, they were still on TLH's books and able to complete hours in another role or another task if an opportunity arose.
Sorry, are you now giving evidence for TLH as well?
So this is my my take on how this operated.
Right, because the column headed in the TLH table, finish week ending.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm directing your attention to, if we just take the very first participant listed in the TLH table,
Mm-hmm.
that participant finished week ending 22 March 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And if you find that participant on the AIM Big spreadsheet, that is the date that participant finished in the Busy Beans program.
Let me just, I believe that's how that finish date for in the big spreadsheet was calculated. That was probably the last recorded shift that that participant had before the COVID shutdown in March 2020.
Well, we'll be asking Ms. DeVerde how that was, how the finished end date was assessed from TLH's perspective. But what I understood is that you wanted an opportunity to respond to that proposition that Ms. Eastman put in her opening. And so I'm giving you that opportunity now.
Yeah, so my position is that none of these people were terminated or terminated from TLH. That was still a relationship that still existed, and that I am aware of some participants who did actually continue to do some work in 2020 through TLH.
Did AIM Big notify TLH when people finished in the Busy Beans program?
Not always, sometimes. Usually it was a matter of timesheets submitted.
Just while you have the TLH document open, if you can look down to page 3, you'll see the name of the person who we're referring to in this hearing as BT3. Now, in your statement, you note that that person is referred to in this spreadsheet as having been initially engaged as a trainee barista, which is the Busy Beans participant identifier, and was in December promoted to the position of trainer.
So I believe that's a mistake. I think BT3 was always a barista trainer. So that this person was never a trainee or never a Busy Beans participant. Certainly wasn't a DES participant. I think that's just a maybe an administrative error on the paperwork.
Well, you say in your statement that BT3 always worked as a trainer.
Yes.
My question for you is, you don't know whether she was paid as a trainee or as a trainer in that first period of time, do you?
Yeah, it appears that probably her pay slips reflected trainee, which was a mistake, which apparently appears to have been rectified in December.
So my question was, do you know what rate she was paid at?
I'm not aware of what rate she was paid at.
Thank you. I want to turn now to Mazia. And again, the statement of agreed facts does address some issues in relation to Mazia. And I do note that we're taking some time getting through this. So if you feel that it is fair to you and not putting you under too much pressure, I won't read any more from the agreed facts. We'll take those as agreed facts. They're before the Commission. I'll just focus on the other questions. Okay. Were you aware personally of what disability Mazia has?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
That Mazia had ADHD.
And at what did you know that from the outset?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what support she might need because she was a person living with ADHD?
So from my perspective, hiring a person with ADHD, there would have been support available through AIMBIG's post-placement support, as she did receive.
Yes, I'm not asking where it was going to come from. I'm asking what support, what did she need from her DES provider as a person living with ADHD?
So that would have been a matter for post-placement support to provide.
Right. You don't have any insight into what that might have been?
Not personally, no. I did not personally believe, or I didn't personally witness any issues or any shortcomings in her employment or in her work due to this condition. I always thought that she was an excellent employee, personally.
At the time Mazia was working in the Busy Beans program, did AIMBIG have a policy to assist it to manage its dual role as her DES provider and her host employer?
No.
Looking back, do you think it might have been appropriate to have one?
I don't think it's necessarily needed. The reason being it's quite separate roles. If AIMBIG were to hire somebody from its own DES business, a DES participant, that person would have had access to support through the Ariba Group's People and Culture team, as did happen, and also from the post-placement support team. These are very separate roles, and there's no correlation or overlap. The post-placement support team would have worked or would have supported that individual no different from any other DES participant hired in any other external business. I'm aware that Mazia is not the only DES participant that has been hired by the group, some of whom have personally been hired within my teams and who I believe have done an amazing job. But I personally don't see the need for any special or different treatment in that regard.
Not talking about different treatment for the DES participant. I'm talking about whether it would have been appropriate for AIMBIG to have a policy to deal with any conflict that might have arisen. But as I understand it, you didn't perceive there to be any conflict for AIMBIG.
No, I didn't believe there was.
Want to turn, please, to the letter of offer, which you will find in volume A at tab 3.
Yes, I have that.
So this is on AIMBIG letterhead and signed by Ms. Romero on behalf of AIMBIG.
Yes.
And then the contract comes from rehab management.
Yes.
Now, just to be clear, the employing entity is Rehab Management Australia Pty Ltd.
Yes.
Are you able to explain to the Royal Commission why the difference between the entity that made the offer, which was accepted by Mazia, and the entity with whom she was required to contract?
I would only assume that it was an administrative error.
An administrative error in terms of sending out the contract?
In terms of sending out the letter of offer.
And you say that's an assumption. You haven't made any inquiries about that in preparation for giving evidence today?
No.
Pressing on with looking at the contract, are you familiar with this document?
I have not reviewed it in detail.
Right, well, we'll perhaps work through it together then. You're aware it is a casual contract?
Yes.
So Mazia was employed to be a barista trainer in a program to provide training to Busy Bees participants.
Yes.
Was there no expectation on the part of AIM Big or rehab management that this might be a position, an ongoing position?
Not at that time. And that was something that I do recall discussing with Mazia during her interview.
But at some stage, sorry, I'll begin again. The Busy Beans program was new in the region when Mazia was engaged.
Correct.
But AIM Big had confidence in this program?
We did, but at this stage it was still treated as effectively a pilot.
Right. But you were piloting it for at least 26 weeks?
Yes.
Right. And as a casual contract, we see in clause 22.2 that it could be terminated on 1 hour's written or verbal notice.
Yes.
It wasn't considered appropriate to have, as part of the pilot, a trainer who was employed for 26 weeks and had notice in accordance with the Fair Work Act?
So I'm not aware of why that decision was made compared to a casual contract.
Right. Who would be the person who would be aware of that?
That would probably have been either Miss Caltagirone, who was the head of People and Culture at the time, or possibly Mr. Oguz, the Chief Operating Officer.
And so what is their role in relation to the Busy Beans program?
So any new hires within the group, so within rehab management, AIM Big, or the Ariba group itself, needed to be approved by the Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Oguz. And then any kind of position changes, salary changes and so on needed to be decided at that level.
If you go to the schedule at the end of the contract, you'll see that item 5 identifies the industrial instrument pursuant to which Mazia would be paid.
Yes.
And 2 instruments are identified there, the Clerks Private Sector Award 2010 or the Health Professionals and Support Services Award 2010.
Yes.
And documents that have been provided to the Royal Commission by AIM Big indicate that she was paid under the Clerks Private Sector Award 2010. Were you aware of that?
I was made aware of that after the fact.
When after the fact?
I don't recall specifically, but I do recall that at one point she did receive a pay rise commensurate to that award, and I believe she was also compensated for the difference.
I'm sorry, she received a pay rise relevant to the Clerks Award. Is that what you're saying?
Or to one of the awards. I'm not sure which one.
Right. And when you said she was compensated for the difference, what did you mean by that?
So my understanding is that the underpayment was calculated and then paid to her. So there was never any intention to underpay anybody within the group.
Well, when did that happen?
I'm not aware at this moment.
So we have information from AIM Big that Mazia was initially paid $25 an hour.
Yes.
And then in July, her pay was increased, July 2019, her pay was increased to $29 an hour.
Yes.
And then from the 6th of January 2020, it was increased to $30 an hour.
Yes.
And she resigned from her employment on the 2nd of March 2020.
Yes.
When do you say this underpayment was recognised and rectified?
So I can only speak from my supposition, but I believe that probably would have been in that July when that initial pay rise from $25 to $29 was enacted.
Well, the material that's been provided to the Royal Commission says that the increase in her pay at that time was because of a change in her duties, because she was now expected to be overseeing 2 barista trainers. So she's, supervising them. That's why her pay was increased. It's not about any underpayment.
So I believe that would also be one of the reasons why.
And what is your reason for that belief?
Well,
Did somebody tell you that?
I recall at the time, I don't recall specifically when I heard about this, that there had been an underpayment, and it would also was being rectified as swiftly as possible. So my understanding is that this was a mistake made by the People and Culture team. Based on evidence, it appears that was in July 2019.
So the Clerk's Private Sector Award provides in its coverage provision, which is clause 4.1, this award covers employers in the private sector throughout Australia with respect to their employees engaged wholly or principally in clerical work, including administrative duties of a clerical nature, and to those employees. This award doesn't cover Mazia, does it?
No.
The Health Professionals and Support Services Award, which is the other award nominated in the contract, its coverage provision relevantly says, this industry and occupational award covers employers throughout Australia in the health industry and their employees in the classifications listed in clause 14, minimum weekly wages for support services employees, and 15, minimum weekly wages for health professional employees to the exclusion of any other modern award. The health industry is defined in this award as meaning employers whose business and or activity is in the delivery of healthcare, medical services and dental services. This award doesn't cover Mazia, does it?
No.
So 2 are nominated in her contract and neither apply.
Correct.
Can we just be clear? You're referring to those awards as at the relevant date, I take it.
Yes, I'm referring to the 2010 versions of those
All right,
awards.
thank you.
Mr. Ting, just for your information, general awards have been updated and they are now, there are the 2020 versions. I am reading from 2010 versions as applicable in 2019. It seems to me that there are potentially 2 awards that would have covered Mazia's employment. They are the Hospitality Industry General Award 2010 and the Fast Food Industry Award 2010. Are you familiar with either of these awards?
Not the detail, no.
Have you turned your mind to which industrial instrument applies to people who work in the Busy Beans program?
I would have thought that the Hospitality Award would have been most appropriate.
Right. And so the amount which should have been paid under the Hospitality Industry Award would, of course, depend upon what grade Mazia was. And it seems to me she would have been grade 3. And the award provides that a food and beverage attendant, grade 3, is a person who, in addition to performing the tasks performed by a beverage attendant, grade 2, is engaged in any one of the following: supervising food and beverage attendants of a lower grade and training food and beverage attendants of a lower grade. So I've just picked 2 of the dot points. There are multiples, but would you agree with me that Mazia was responsible for supervising food and beverage attendants of a lower grade
Yes.
and for training food and beverage attendants of a lower grade?
Yes.
That was what she was initially employed to do.
Correct.
And so under this award, as at I've lost my note, as at the 1st of July 2018, because that's when, I'll begin again. Pay guides run from 1 July to 30 June the next year. So when she started, she would have been under the rate set at 1 July 2018 because she starts in May 2019. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so a casual employee under the Hospitality Industry General Award who is level 3 a level 3 food and beverage attendant should be paid $26.14 an hour. And then that goes up from the 1st of July 2019. So if you are correct that this is the applicable award, then there was an underpayment, but it hasn't been rectified, has it?
So her pay went up to $29 an hour in July, correct?
Yes.
Which is over the $26 something award?
Well, yes, but the underpayment happened from May 2019.
Yes. So my understanding is that for that period of underpayment of $1 something an hour, my understanding is that was rectified.
Right, so you just didn't tell Mazia about that.
Okay, I'm not aware about whether she was aware about this.
And you didn't tell the Royal Commission about that until just now.
Well, my understanding was that that this was handled by the Ariba Group People and Culture team, and that they'd when they'd identified that there was an issue, that they resolved it.
But if the letter to Mazia doesn't refer to an underpayment being rectified, there would be no other way for her to have found out about that?
So I'm not aware of whether or how the Ariba People and Culture team did that, whether they notified her or not.
Right. Now, when we were looking at the rehab management induction this morning, I took you to the part that said that the job coach could help with the new employee documentation. You recall that?
Yes.
And I asked you then whether that kind of support was available to Mazia. And I believe I correctly recall that your answer was you didn't think that she needed it.
Correct. I didn't think that having been somebody who'd worked for many years, had had a number of positions over the years, I would have thought that she would be familiar with employment contracts and what to look at.
Did you think that the people in rehab management, people and culture team would be familiar with employment contracts?
Yes.
You think they could have named the right industrial award in a contract?
I would have thought so.
Right. The contract also says that it doesn't guarantee Mazia any minimum or maximum hours. You're aware of that?
Which clause are you referring to?
I'm just trying to quickly find it, Chair. So it's in clause 8 is hours of work and clause 8.3.
Yep, I've got that.
Right. And Mazia had a job plan which had mutual obligation requirements. She was required to work 30 hours per fortnight.
Yes.
Based on her 15-hour-a-week benchmark.
Yes.
And she's signing up to an employment contract that doesn't guarantee her enough hours or doesn't guarantee her any hours. How is she supposed to meet her minimum, her mutual obligation requirement?
Correct. Under a casual contract, there is no guarantee of hours. And to my belief, that's it's a systemic issue in this sector. Anybody on a casual contract would often have a clause such as that. I believe that it's personally, I think this is a failing of the DES program. Actually, that's probably a tangent.
Well, that may be true, but is it also a failing of AIM Big and rehab management? This is the rehab management contract to employ an AIM Big DES participant to work in an AIM Big Busy Beans program. Isn't AIM Big and rehab management best placed to show best practice, to give someone a contract that guarantees them the hours they need?
So I would say that rehab management, as a separate entity, wouldn't have. There's no responsibility on the part of rehab management to provide benchmark hours to any employee. It's still an individual matter, I would have thought.
So you're saying that it's not an opportunity for rehab management to demonstrate best practice?
I would say that in the instance of Mazia, there was no time when she didn't work those hours. On the contrary, she often worked probably more than double those benchmark hours. But absolutely, there wasn't any obligation on behalf of rehab management to offer benchmark hours, no different from any other employer.
I accept there wasn't an obligation, but rehab management, we've heard you this morning talking about its interrelationship with AIM Big, the melding of responsibility for various things, including employment arrangements, the money that's coming in and going out of the Busy Beans program. So I'll put it to you again that while there's no obligation, it's an opportunity to demonstrate best practice. If you say this is a failing of the DES system, couldn't you lead the way with some positive change?
So, as somebody who wasn't responsible for the people and culture function, I couldn't answer that.
You've spoken in your statement about the induction that you say was given to Mazia, and you say that was given by the National Operations Manager.
Yes.
And you said that involved him talking her through the Rehab Management Employee Handbook.
Yes.
And you've provided a copy of that. I won't take you to it, but it is in volume B at tab 80. And do you agree with me that that handbook contains no explanation about reporting arrangements, who Mazia's line of authority was?
No, that document is it's not a customised individual document. It's a standard handbook.
And it contains no explanation of the kind of matters that might be regarded by rehab management as employee issues and the kinds that might be regarded as DES participant issues.
No, it's a standard handbook which is issued to any rehab management employee, or was issued to every rehab management employee at the time.
So to the extent that Mazia needed to know those kinds of things, she didn't get it from the induction.
This is the details of the induction are what have been relayed to me by the National Operations Manager who conducted that.
Well, Mazia says there wasn't one at all, that she was just shown around the office and walked down to the kitchen at the back. You've said that the National Operations Manager took her through induction, including explaining the handbook. You're not able to provide any further detail about what that induction might have involved?
No, that's what he's told me. Recollection of that day was.
Mr. Ting, as I understand your evidence, the instigator of this program, wouldn't you think it important, A, to have a contract with somebody who is a participant in the DES program and then is being employed, and a company within the group is receiving payments in respect of the employment of this person, wouldn't you think it appropriate to have a contract that was actually responsive to the particular circumstances of this person? Among other things, this contract refers to the Minimum Conditions of Employment Act 1993, Western Australia. So it's hardly a contract that someone has thought about. It's a standard contract, isn't it? That's just been presented to her for signature, and she signs it, and presumably isn't given an opportunity to have an explanation or understand what's involved in it. But wouldn't it have been a good idea to have something specifically referable to her circumstances?
I think in hindsight, that would have been good. I think the intention at this time wasn't to be hiring, or for this to be hiring large numbers of AIMBIG DES participants into rehab management and then requiring specialised paperwork, I guess. And that's why that I'm only supposing from the rehab management people and culture perspective why that didn't happen.
There were a number of people who were in Mazia's position, weren't there?
As barista trainers, yes, but she was the only barista trainer hired by rehab management, I believe. I believe the rest were through TLH.
I rather thought there were others in the list of expenses that we saw in some other of the many documents we've gone through. There were a number of names that rather suggested that people were in exactly the position that she was, because they were both employed and were the subject of claims by AIMBIG under the DES Providers Scheme. I'm sure Mr. Alsop will point me in the correct direction.
In fact, Chair,
BT1?
yes, so BT1 is both an AIMBIG DES participant and an employee, but she is employed by TLH. Mazia was the only one employed by rehab management. There were 2 participants who were employed by rehab management, everybody else is a TLH employee.
Yes.
Yes, well, there were separate categories, as I recall, for payments to TLH by way of reimbursement and for the cost of several of the people. So,
Yes, a number of trainers were employed by TLH, but of the trainer category, only Mazia employed by rehab management.
yes, well, in any event, it's hardly appropriate, is it, to have a contract of this with someone in her position that says either party may terminate on 1 hour's verbal notice. Clause 22.2. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Commissioner?
Yes, I just had a question. We're talking about the beginning of Mazia's employment. I just wanted to clarify the job ad that she found, which talks about the opportunity, and it's in Bundle B, tab 16. And the ad says, do you want to help change the lives of young people with disability and the opportunity for a barista trainer? I just wanted to know if there was further information provided through this Indeed job ad that the barista trainer would be a person with disability, or whether it was actually an open employment position.
It was an open employment position.
So I just also wanted to know, based on Mazia's experience, why she wasn't offered an open employment opportunity and she was taken down the route of being part of a disability employment service under these arrangements, and why wasn't an open contract?
I don't understand the distinction. It was an open employment contract.
But she was employed as someone under the Disability Employment Service. I'm
So,
trying to
Commissioner,
clarify. Yes.
Mazia was already a member of the Disability Employment Service before she had a different provider. Then she joined AIM Big. Then she found the job opportunity and applied. So it is, as Mr. Ting said, it is open employment, but because rehab management have engaged a person who is a DES participant, they could then, AIM Big could then claim some outcome payments for that employment. So Mazia herself was in the scheme before she applied for this job.
Correct.
Okay, so I just also wanted to ask in relation to that, and in your own words, you talked about this being a pilot program. Was there anything in the way that the opportunity was described to Mazia that it was a pilot program?
Yes, I recall. I'm confident that I did explain that to her in that phone interview, and I know the National Operations Manager assures me that he had that conversation with her numerous times.
Has it provided any written documentation to the Commission?
Not that I've seen, no.
Thank you.
Paragraph 77 of your rehab management statement, Mr. Ting, sets out Mazia's duties as you say they were.
Just bring that up. Paragraph 77.
You have that there?
Statement.
Council, could you help with which tab of bundle B?
The rehab management statement is at bundle B, tab 32.
B. Paragraph 77.
Yes, lists the duties as you say they were.
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that Mazia's duties were never this confined. What do you say to that?
I would say that it was a startup program, and things it was very fast moving, fast changing. I think many of us involved in the program got involved and did many things to ensure the success of the program, including myself. I don't doubt that there were things that Mazia did that were not on that list.
And you've provided the Royal Commission at MT3 to this statement, which you'll find behind tab 35. This is an email chain, and you've provided it to the Royal Commission because it refers to the induction you say was going to be provided by the National Operations Manager. But I want to direct your attention to the last email in the chain, which is dated the 9th of May 2019 at 9:49 a.m. You see that?
No, I don't see that.
You're in tab 35. The document ID number AIM.0015.0001.0055.
We found one version of it which doesn't have the full email chain. I'm trying to find.
Well, perhaps I'll just read it to you. It's an email, an internal AIMBIG email, and it says, as discussed, are you able to print off this form and give to Mazia, the Busy Beans, the trainer Busy Beans, and ask if she could get, participant's name, to sign this form on Monday when she sees it's just an amendment of hours to her contract as an error was made. So this is sent on the 9th of May by internal AIMBIG people asking for Mazia to get a contract variation signed by a Busy Beans participant. Do you follow?
I think so.
Was it your expectation that a barista trainer would be the person responsible for getting participants to sign variations to their contract?
I'm just trying to find that email now.
Can you pop it up on the private screen? I'm going to have it popped up on that private screen for you.
Okay, we found that. So this was from, I can see it's between 2 job coaches in the region. So I think that I think my understanding the reason for that was just out of convenience that Mazia was there on the day with those Busy Beans.
So it was your expectation that she would do jobs like this out of convenience?
So I see no reason why she couldn't help out with various things such as this if it would help the program.
Well, wouldn't that be the same as answering questions from participants about their pay and conditions?
So this isn't answering a question about...
No, I appreciate it's different, but as I understand your evidence, you dispute that that was something that Mazia was required to do. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't dispute that it's something that she would have done, but it's not something that was required of her. That participants had other channels to be asking questions about their pay, either directly through TLH or if they're a rehab management employee, back to the rehab management people and culture team.
And AIMBIG had other channels other than Mazia to get this contract variation signed.
Of course.
So it's okay for you at AIMBIG out of convenience to get her to do a job that's not her responsibility, but it's not okay for the participants to ask her the questions?
I don't follow. I think Mazia was the person who the participants would have dealt with most frequently, being the trainer on site. And I think it's only natural that that people there may have asked her questions. It wasn't her responsibility to necessarily be able to answer those. And she could have referred them to others in the team or in the business or to TLH if as necessary.
Moving on, I would like to direct your attention to moving to the topic of the role of job coach. And you address this in your AIMBIG statement at paragraphs 99 to 121. I won't take you there, but you have you say that you assume that the job coach would have assisted Mazia in obtaining the interview for the Busy Beans role. Did you make any inquiries about what the job coach actually did in preparation for making that statement?
No, that job coach is no longer with the business.
AIMBIG has provided to the Royal Commission a document called AIMBIG Service Delivery Policy and Procedure, DES. And you'll find a copy of this in volume D behind tab 8.
Yes, I have that.
So the footer of this document shows that it is version 5, with a date of the 13th of August 2020.
Yes.
So by that date, it was not the policy and procedure in force at the time of Mazia's employment.
Correct. It would have been an earlier version.
It is nevertheless the document that AIM Big has provided. Are you able to say if the amendments from the earlier version to this version are significant?
I wouldn't be aware of the amendments, no.
And so do you anticipate that Ms. Ramiro would be able to say whether there were any changes of relevance to our case study to this document from the version that applied when Mazia was at work to the one you've given the Royal Commission?
I don't expect that she would be aware of the details of version changes of this document.
If I could direct your attention, please, to the third last page of the document, which is page 30. Have that? Mr. Ting?
Yes, I have that.
Right. And so you'll see that there is a heading post-placement support employment placements.
Yes.
And then there are two columns. One is headed contract activity and the other is headed outcome.
Yes.
Now, it says job coach to remain as lead contact for providing post-placement support, PPS, for education placements.
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that the reference to education placements is a typo because the heading at the top of the document says employment placements. Do you think that's a fair reading?
Not necessarily. It may be accurate. There are two different types of placements. There are employment placements where a participant is placed into work, and there are education placements where a participant commences a course of study, which is also a payable outcome under the DES grant.
Yes, but if it's an education placement, why does the heading say employment placements?
So it could either be a typo or it could be something that should have been in a different section.
Because the next row down talks about visiting an employer.
Yes. So it could be a typo. I'm not sure.
Right. So to your knowledge, was the job coach the person within AIM Big who was responsible for contact for the post-placement support?
No. Post-placement support with AIM Big is handled by a separate team. In this case, much of the post-placement support for Mazia was provided by the person labelled PPS 01.
In this document, this version of the document at page 5 refers to job plans.
Page 5?
Yes. And the final sentence of the first paragraph on that page says AIM Big must ensure that at all times, in bold and italics, each participant has a current job plan except for those participants who are exempt from their mutual obligation requirements.
Yes.
And that reflects the requirements of the DES grant agreement and the guidelines we spoke about this morning.
Yes.
It's the job coach's responsibility to ensure that there is a current job plan.
Yes.
Mazia's job plan mutual obligation requirements expired on the 9th of September 2019.
Yes.
And she wasn't contacted about a new plan until January 2020.
Yes.
Are you able to explain to the Royal Commission why that was?
So that, to my knowledge, having looked at that evidence, it appears to have been a failure to provide that in September. It should have been done at that time.
But AIMBIG didn't fail to claim the 26-week outcome payment on the 19th of September.
Correct.
You accept that?
Yep.
But turning then to paragraph 108 of your statement and the role of post-placement support. AIMBIG have provided us with a document which you will find in volume D behind tab 7, which is headed Providing Post-Placement Support. Have that?
Sorry, this is bundle D or B?
D,
D.
Delta.
Okay, so we're going to
Tab 7.
tab 7, providing post-placement support. Yes.
Now, again, you'll see in the footer that the date of this document is given as the 12th of February 2019.
Yes.
So this one does appear to be relevant to the period in which Mazia is employed.
Correct.
And you'll see at the top of the page, purpose. The purpose of post-placement to support is to provide support to a participant to ensure they remain in ongoing stable employment and to provide support to the employer to resolve any issue that may arise.
Yes.
And then under the heading post-placement support a little further down, the 5th bullet point,
Yes.
there's provide assistance to resolve problems that may arise with the job seeker.
Yes.
So there's nothing in this policy that limits the kinds of issues in the workplace that our job seeker can seek post-placement support about.
So I think from my perspective, I think there are absolutely limits to what post-placement support can provide. It's my view that the purpose of post-placement support in the DES program is primarily to ensure that a participant is supported and is able to remain in employment. I think when it comes to say workplace issues, operational issues within that workplace, that's where it's not necessarily that's a bit of an overstep unless it is a factor to or a barrier to ongoing employment. So one of the challenges with post-placement support, so for example, and I know I'm skipping ahead in some of the questioning, where we talk about position descriptions and changes to positions, promotions, and so on. In general, I don't believe that that's something that post-placement support generally covers. The role is not necessarily to advocate for the employee in that regard, for say improved hours, improved salary, and so forth. And I do feel that that is actually another gap of the DES program. That as a DES provider, there is no reason or no incentive to do anything other than put somebody into a job and ensure they meet their minimum hours and stay there, regardless.
Well, the obligation from the grant agreement is to provide support to obtain and maintain employment.
Yes. So
and part of maintaining employment,
maintain, but not improve or promote, which I think is an omission to the program.
it now might be a convenient time, Chair, to take a brief adjournment.
Yes, it's now just after 3:15. We'll resume Sydney time. We'll resume at 3:30. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is adjourned. The Royal Commission is resumed.
Yes, Ms Dowson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ting, for your information and for that of the people following along on the live stream, I have just a few more questions to ask you, and then we will be finished with your evidence. The final witness for today, Chair, will be Mr. Verti from TLH, and then the balance of the witnesses we've pushed off until tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ting, in relation to the Busy Beans program, is it the case that all of the participants in that program had a disability?
Yes, that's correct. They're all DES participants.
Thank you. I want to turn now to AIM Big's complaint handling policy and procedure. Are you aware that the having of a complaints handling policy and procedure is a requirement under the DES grant agreement?
Yes.
And you have provided as Annexure MT11 to your supplementary statement, and we find that in Volume B behind tab 26, a copy of a document called How to Provide Feedback Guide for Clients and Stakeholders.
Just one moment. Which tab was that, sorry?
Tab 26.
Sorry. I have that now.
You have the document open?
Yes.
Is it your evidence that this is the document that AIM Big has prepared in order to comply with the requirements of the DES grant agreement?
Yes.
And we see in this document on the second page who to contact when providing feedback.
Yes.
And it says any stakeholder wishing to provide feedback should contact the job coach providing the services in the first instance to provide feedback or resolve any concerns. Now, just to be clear, feedback can include a complaint, is that correct?
Yes.
It goes on, the policy goes on to say, if this is not possible or reasonable, contact AIM Big Employment, and a number is given, and request to speak with the regional manager relevant to the participant's service location.
Yes.
So applying this policy to Mazia's position as a DES participant, if she had a complaint or a concern or wished to provide feedback about the services provided to her by AIM Big as her DES provider, she should first contact her job coach.
Yes.
And if that's not reasonable, her regional manager.
Yes.
And in the circumstances where a big part of Mazia's concern about the services that were provided to her was in fact her conflict with the job coach, it's appropriate for her to go to the regional manager.
Yes.
And then if we look at the final page of the document, there's a flow chart.
Yes.
And we see item 1.3 is negative feedback.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the feedback that Mazia had to provide about her conflict with her job coach counts as negative feedback?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that Mazia's feedback about not getting the support she felt she needed also constitutes negative feedback?
Yes.
And so in accordance with this process, her feedback was to be escalated to the appropriate manager, and she would receive acknowledgement within 24 hours.
Yes.
And then step 2, the direct manager or regional manager will contact you and support persons, if you wish, to discuss your concerns and work out a plan of action to achieve an outcome.
Yes.
That's correct. Are you aware of anyone contacting, I'll begin again. Are you aware of Mazia's direct manager contacting her to discuss her concerns about her issues with Job Coach 1 and to agree a plan of action to achieve an outcome?
I don't recall that that specific communication.
And are you aware of Mazia's direct manager? That's Mr. Rodriguez, you say?
From July 2019 onwards, yes.
So from July 2019 onwards, are you aware of Mr. Rodriguez contacting Mazia to discuss her concern and work out a plan of action to achieve an outcome in respect of her complaint that she wasn't receiving the post-placement support she says she needed?
So if I were to backtrack a little bit, so this feedback and complaints process is intended for primarily for DES participants who would be working or either unemployed and still in the employment assistance phase, or who could be working with other employers. I would say that once Mazia was an employee within the group, she would also be able to deal with the people and culture team as well, and dealing with the internal policies and procedures.
We'll come to those in a moment. I'm dealing first, if I may, with this procedure. That is what AIMBIG has to comply with the DES grant agreement. Are you saying this process doesn't apply to Mazia because of her employment with rehab management?
No, I'm not saying that.
So we would have expected to see either the direct manager, Mr. Rodriguez, or the regional manager contact her and agree and work out a plan of action to achieve an outcome.
So the direct manager mentioned in this wouldn't have referred to a direct manager within the AREBA group. So my understanding of how I read this document is if it was a job coach escalated, it may go to, before going to a regional manager, it may go to an area manager or a team leader or some such. Most DES participants wouldn't have a direct personal manager such as Mr. Rodriguez, if that makes sense.
Oh, so it's the direct manager of the job coach who's going to contact her, not her direct manager.
Correct. That's how I'm interpreting that, because that would not, otherwise it wouldn't be relevant to the vast majority of AIMBIG clients.
So by reference to position title, if it's a name that we're not saying, who is the direct manager of the job coaches?
The regional manager. Some areas may have an area manager or a team leader in between. I'm not sure if that was the case at the time.
Right. So the regional manager is the person who would have been expected in accordance with this process to contact Mazia and seek to agree a plan to get an outcome.
Yes.
And in the relevant period, we see from the statement of agreed facts, there was an acting regional manager and then the regional manager.
Yes, and also the national operations manager who was acting in that role at the start of Mazia's employment.
When did the national operations manager cease to be acting regional manager?
So that would have been upon employment of that person named as regional manager. I can't recall the exact time that was in 2019.
You're aware from correspondence you received that it is the acting regional manager, the person we're referring to with that title, who wrote to you and Mr. Rodriguez about the rift, as to use her word, between the job coach and Mazia.
Yes.
So that's the person you would have been expecting to follow this process with Mazia.
Yes.
And that person asked you and Mr. Rodriguez for a solution.
Yes.
Did you provide one?
So my recollection of the rift at that time was that there were job coaches in the region who wanted to put forward participants for the Busy Beans program. Mazia disagreed about their suitability, and that was causing tension between them. From my recollection from the time, and also of having reviewed the evidence, what myself and Mr. Rodriguez did was to reiterate our support of Mazia and her position, that she had the say about who could or could not be, or who was suitable for the program. So at no time or during that period, no busy beans were being brought onto the program, I guess, over Mazia's head.
But you didn't address the relationship issue between the job coach and Mazia.
So I think at that point there was, there was a personal conflict between them.
And you didn't address it?
No, we addressed the operational structural side of things, and addressed I guess the management and control, and reaffirming Mazia's position and authority to make those decisions.
And that's about her position, though, as an employee being hosted by AIMBIG. What about her position as a DES participant? This is her job coach she's in conflict with.
So at that point, I wouldn't refer to, we're referring to the individual JC1. I wouldn't refer to that individual as Mazia's job coach, because that relationship would have ceased effectively upon Mazia starting employment in May 2019. After that, the relevant person she would be going to for support would be in the post-placement support team. So primarily it was PPS 01.
Moving on, I'd like you to go, please, to Volume D, Tab 9.
The complaints handling policy and procedure?
Yes, the AREBA complaints handling and policy procedure. Complaints handling policy and procedure.
Yes.
Now, go to the footer. We see that this document is dated the 21st of December 2021.
Yes.
So not relevant, not applicable in Mazia's period of employment, but a document that has been provided to this Royal Commission.
Yes.
I assume there would have been a version, something less than version 7, that was in force at the time that Mazia was an AIMBIG DES participant.
Yes, that would be correct.
And can you explain briefly for the Royal Commission how this document, the complaints handling procedure, fits with the feedback process we were just looking at?
So this document is intended for internal staff, whether they have a disability or not, within the AREBA group and its subsidiaries. So that's different from dealing with a complaints procedure for DES clients who could be either in the employment assistance phase, looking for work. They could be working externally somewhere else, or they could be, in Mazia's case, working within the organisation.
So the definition of complaint on page 1 says a complaint is defined as, first bullet point, a registered expression of dissatisfaction with service whereby the client explicitly states they wish to make a complaint or are not satisfied with a service, resulting in either the cessation of services, a request for a change of consultants or job coaches. And it goes on. But I take it from that definition of complaints that this document does apply to DES participant clients. It's not about staff.
So I take that to mean, I apologise, this is not the document I was thinking of. Yes, you're correct.
And so on page 3, we see the procedure set out.
Yes.
And the complaint must be escalated to the direct manager within 24 hours of receipt.
Yes.
And again, that would be the direct manager of the person who's the subject of the complaint.
Yes.
So in our case, JT1.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go over, please, to page 5. There's a heading, investigation of complaint.
Yes.
And it sets out what the manager receiving the complaint will do.
Yes.
And on completion of the investigation, the manager will respond to the complainant, informing them of the results of the investigation and agree on an action plan to rectify the complaint and prevent similar occurrence in the future.
Yes.
So if you accept that Mazia made a complaint as a DES participant, this policy should have applied to her as well.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there an investigation in accordance with this policy?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Finally, I'd like to take you to the Employment Handbook, which is MT 48. We'll give you the volume V number. It is tab 80.
In volume D?
B,
B?
bravo. You have that there?
We're still looking for it. So that's bundle B for Bravo. And which document again?
It's tab 80.
Is there an MT number?
48.
Okay. Yeah, no, we've got that.
So I'd like to direct your attention to clause 18, which is on page 29 of the document.
Yes, the grievance clause.
Yes. And so this provides, this is the process that you were saying applies because Mazia is a rehab management employee.
Correct.
And the policy provides it is important that if you feel dissatisfied with any matter relating to your employment, you should have an effective means by which to raise such a grievance and, where appropriate, have it resolved.
Yep.
That.
Where are you reading from?
Clause 18.
Thank you.
The second paragraph under that heading says, nothing in this procedure is intended to prevent you from informally raising with your manager any matter you wish to mention. See that?
Yes.
And then the third paragraph, if you feel aggrieved at any matter relating to your employment, bracket, except harassment, for which there is a separate procedure, you should first raise the matter with your manager, explaining fully the nature of your grievance, nature and extent of your grievance. You will then be invited to a meeting at a reasonable time and location at which your grievance will be investigated fully. You must take all reasonable steps to attend this meeting. You will be notified of the decision in writing, normally within 10 working days of the meeting.
Yes.
So this is the grievance policy that you say applied to Mazia, and she has raised her grievances about her employment, if we accept your characterisation of her concerns. Was a meeting scheduled?
Yes, I recall meetings between Mazia, her direct manager, Mr. Rodriguez, and myself. I specifically recall one in September 2019.
And where is the written notification of the decision arising from that September 2019 meeting? So
that was, I wouldn't have called that following the formal grievance process in that third paragraph. I think it was more at that that informal level in the second paragraph.
And what about her repeated requests for a position description? Would you characterise that as an employment grievance?
It was absolutely something that that she wanted and that she was advocating for. It was something that her direct manager, Mr. Rodriguez, and myself were advocating for at this time. I'm aware that it was not something that was formalised and provided to her, and I'm aware that it was ultimately one of the factors that resulted in her resigning from her position.
Yes, but that wasn't my question. I said, would you characterise that as an employment grievance? I'm just seeking to understand. I think your evidence was you don't see any of these as matters which should have been addressed through post-placement support. You say
Correct.
they're employment matters.
Correct.
So she has repeatedly raised with you and others the need for a position description.
Correct.
Was a meeting scheduled to discuss her grievance about not having a position description?
Not in that specific formal process.
Why not?
It was something that I thought that we could easily resolve by providing a position description. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
And the first draft of a position description that you're involved in is the 12th of November 2019. Is that correct?
I'm getting your internet connection is unstable.
Sorry, Mr. Ting, can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, I'm back again. I just had a notice that my connection dropped momentarily.
Right. So I put to you that the first version of a revised position description for Mazia that you were involved in was the 12th of November 2019.
Yes.
And at what point did it become apparent to you that you weren't able to get this position description finalised?
So the draft of that position description was sent to People and Culture. It was not in my authority to approve these documents. So from my perspective, it was a matter of pushing to get formal approval of that.
And did anyone have a meeting of the kind contemplated by Clause 18 and advise Mazia in writing of this outcome?
Not in this formal policy, no. I note that draft document was the 12th of November, and I believe Mazia went on medical leave from the 14th of November.
Now, Ms. Dowsett, I see that the time we've reached. Have we dealt with this topic?
One further clause, if we can go to paragraph 23, or clause 23. This is the bullying and harassment provisions. And cutting to the chase, no formal steps were taken in accordance with this clause in respect of any complaint raised by Mazia in her capacity as an employee of rehab management.
I object to that. It assumes that there was bullying and harassment of her.
It does, and I think we'd have to have a process before we reach that point, unless you can point to something that has been established or can easily be established as a complaint of the nature of bullying and harassment.
I don't press it if Mr. Ting doesn't press that this was a cause she should have availed herself of.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When you say she should have...
I don't think we're involved in a bargaining process.
Well, Mazia's evidence was that she felt like Job Coach 1 was bullying and intimidating her. That's paragraph 70 of her statement.
Yeah.
And so if that is her perception and she makes a complaint in accordance with clause 23.5, there are informal processes and formal processes which could have been but were not followed. Do you accept that that is fair, Mr. Ting?
So I don't believe she did make a complaint under this clause at the time.
Thank you. Chair, those are my questions for this witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Ting. I appreciate it's gone much longer than anticipated.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Ting, for coming to the Commission to give evidence. And unless Mr. Morehouse wants to say something, that concludes your evidence and you're free to go.
Chair, I do have some questions I seek to ask of Mr. Ting. I note the time. There is what might be in the order of 4 or 5 topics and perhaps 10 minutes of questions in the nature of re-examination to clarify or expand, and then there are 2 topics at the end that I wish to.
Well, I think if that's going to happen, it might have to happen tomorrow. And what I'd like you to do is put in writing the subject matter, please, of what you're proposing. It's not a usual course to have re-examination. If there is some particular reason for doing it, at the Royal Commission, I mean, if there's some particular reason to do it, then it may be permissible, but I would suggest you make your application and in a couple of pages, no more, just indicate the topics you wish to pursue and why you wish to pursue them by way of re-examination. And then we can deal with that tomorrow. And if necessary, Mr. Ting can appear again for that purpose. All right?
I'm just taking some instructions, Chair. You're available tomorrow.
You don't need to take instructions. That's what will happen. All right, we'll now move on. Thank you, Mr. Ting, for coming today. You may be required tomorrow, but your counsel will let you know whether that is going to happen. Yes, can we now move on, please?
Yes, Ms. Diverty will be the next witness, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bertie, yes, I can see you on the screen. Thank you very much for coming to the Royal Commission to give evidence. I will, in a moment, ask Ms. Dowsett to ask you some questions, but just to make sure you're aware of where we all are. Commissioner Galbally is participating in the hearing from Melbourne. You can see Commissioner Galbally on the screen. Similarly, Commissioner Mason is participating in the hearing from our Brisbane hearing room, and also you can see Commissioner Mason on the screen. I am participating from the Sydney hearing room, and Ms. Dowsett is in the Sydney hearing room. So that is where we are, and I will now ask Ms. Dowsett to ask you some questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Diverty. You have provided a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 11th of January 2022.
Correct.
And attached to that statement is a spreadsheet listing the employees of your organisation who participated in or were trainers in the Busy Beans program.
Correct.
Now, if I can just perhaps go back a step and get you to just explain to us who TLH Recruitment is.
Okay, sure. So we're a labour hire company. So we also do permanent recruitment, so permanent and temporary recruitment for a number of clients nationally.
Now, the documents before the Royal Commission refer to 2 entities. We have TMC Solutions Pty Ltd, trading as TLH Group, and TLH Services Pty Ltd.
Yes, that's right.
Can you tell us the relationship, if any, between those 2 entities?
Yes, so they're related. So TLH Services is the company, I guess, that supplies clients who have staff in other states. So TLH Services has the labour hire licence required in Melbourne and Brisbane.
And so both TLH Services and TMC Solutions had contracts with Rehab Management Ost Pty Ltd?
Yes, so TMC Solutions would have had the contract with Rehab and Aim Big, and TLH Services is the company that pays the employees.
So who were the employees employed by?
TLH Services.
Right. And the spreadsheet that you have attached,
Yes.
we see that it has columns headed employee name, employment, position, start, week ending date, and finish week ending date.
Correct.
Were you the person who prepared this spreadsheet?
Yes, I was.
Sorry? I believe some parties have lost internet connection, so we might have to pause, unfortunately, until that is restored. I'm sorry, Ms. DeBerti, we'll have to just pause until our technological issue is resolved. So we'll adjourn temporarily.
The Royal Commission is adjourned. Resumed.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dowsett. I understand that good order has been restored.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. DeVerde, I would just like to go back to the question of who employed the Busy Beans participants and the people shown on your spreadsheet. The Royal Commission...
Sorry.
That's right. The Royal Commission has received evidence from AIM Big saying that Rehab Management entered into a contract with TMC Solutions in June 2019 and AIM Big entered into a contract with TMC Solutions on the 7th of August 2019.
Right.
Your evidence was that TLH Services was the employer, but the ASIC record shows TLH Services wasn't registered until 22 October 2019.
Right. So originally there was only Sydney participants. So once that we were realised it went national, there was a new agreement signed, I believe, with TLH Services.
So the employees who had been engaged by TMC Solutions before the new agreement was signed, did TMC Solutions move them to TLH Services or did they stay employed with TMC Solutions?
I believe they moved to TLH Services, but I would have to confirm that.
Right. And so returning then to your spreadsheet,
Mm-hmm.
so you were saying you are the person who prepared it?
Correct.
And is the Royal Commission to understand that everyone on this spreadsheet was employed by TLH Services from October 2019 onwards?
Correct.
When you prepared this spreadsheet, what steps did you take to ensure that it was complete and accurate?
I went through the list of people who had been assigned to the Rehab Management client profile and then ran reports through our CRM.
So if there is a person who is listed on a spreadsheet provided by AIM Big, who they identify as being employed by, I'll just use the abbreviation TLH, and that person is not on your spreadsheet, are you able to offer any explanation for why that might be?
No, not without knowing the person. I would need to look at it because as far as I'm aware, this report is accurate.
Thank you. And if I could direct your attention to the finish week ending date column, Are we to understand that this is the date that these people had their employment with TLH services terminated?
No, that date is the last week ending date that they were paid for work that they did with the Busy Beans program.
So it didn't end their employment?
No.
How many of these people continued to be employed by TLH after their week ending date?
I don't have that information on me. I would need to look that up. A number of people, I don't know how many though, requested separation certificates. So we provided those. And some other people, requested that they stay on our database as such so that we could still look for work for them or offer them work if it came up and it was suitable for them, which we did, but it was quite a while afterwards.
I'm sorry, what was the end of that sentence?
Which there was a few people that did work for us outside of the Busy Beans program at a later date, but it would have been 2020, towards the end of 2020, beginning of 2021.
Is the spreadsheet we're talking about something that you prepared specifically for this hearing?
Yes.
There are 173 names on the spreadsheet before we get to the finish end date.
Right.
What is the common characteristic of each of the 173 people? How did they come to you?
So they were referred to us by rehab management, that they were going to be part of the Busy Beans program. Would they be able to register with us? And essentially we would, check their working rights, ensure that they, had all their bank details, etc., so that they could then put the timesheets through to us. We could payroll them, pay superannuation, etc.
And what did these 173 people do to get paid?
The majority of them were being trainee baristas in the Busy Beans program. Some others were trainers and some others were like team leaders.
So if they were training baristas in the Busy Beans program, what was the role of your company, whichever company it was, just to keep records?
To keep record, well, to pay them, because they were being paid an hourly rate for the hours that they worked each week.
And how did your company get the money to pay them?
So we're a labour hire company, so we payroll probably between 200 and 300 people per week. So we fund that.
But if they're on the Busy Beans program,
yes,
you presumably get reimbursed by
yes. So we payroll them
by rehab.
Correct. So we would payroll them each week, and then we would invoice rehab management.
So in essence, your role with those who are being trained as baristas is to keep some records and pay them and get reimbursed, and that's it.
Well, yeah, but also we would be required, so if there was any incidents or injuries in regards to workplace safety, we would need to report that to our insurer and, follow up with doctors, etc. if that was to happen. So we'd also process their superannuation, payroll. We would also follow up if they had payroll queries, etc., where they would come to us, and then we would follow up with rehab management to confirm timesheets, confirm hours, etc.
I see. Thank you.
In addition to invoicing rehab management for the hours you were paying these people, you also received wage subsidies from rehab management or from AIMBIG?
From AIMBIG.
Sorry, Ms. Diverty, did you hear me?
Oh, sorry, from AIMBIG, yes.
From AIMBIG, right. And the amount that you received the amount that you invoiced for the wages, that covered the hourly rate you were paying to each of these people?
Correct.
So anybody who was the subject, anybody whose employment was the subject of a wage subsidy, that was over and above the hourly rate.
Correct.
I think you need to clarify that. Do you mean that Ms. Diverti's company received, in addition to the reimbursement, the subsidy? Is that the point you're making?
Yes, Chair, that's the point
All
I'm
right,
making.
thank you. Did you understand that, Ms. Diverti?
Yes, and that's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Back to the spreadsheet, if I can.
Sorry, what's the rationale for that? Why does your company get a subsidy?
Because we're the employer as such, and rehab management is the host employer.
It's because of your status as the employer and these payroll, etc., services you're providing.
Correct.
Is that how your company makes the profit out of the services it provides in respect of the people being trained as baristas?
No, because I wouldn't say that's how it definitely adds to our profit, but I wouldn't say that's how we make our profit. No.
How do you with these people?
Well, so we would charge rehab management an administration fee or a margin on top of the hourly rate.
Charge who?
Rehab management.
So, in addition to being reimbursed for the wages, you've charged, sorry, in addition to the reimbursement for the payments made to those trainees, you're getting a management fee, or however it's described, plus a wage subsidy. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this. I'm just trying to understand how this works.
That's right. So, yes, so on top of the reimbursement for the hourly rate, we're paid a management fee. And then, so the wage subsidy is not always guaranteed. So there was a number of people that we had employed that did not receive a wage subsidy. So out of that list on the spreadsheet, not every single person we received a wage subsidy for.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry to take time, but this is an opportunity to understand how this works.
Sure.
So I think in your evidence, you say that TLH received in excess of $111,000 wage subsidy nationally for the Busy Beans program.
Inclusive of GSP, yes.
Yes. And the point you were making to the chair just then is that not every barista trainee qualified for the wage subsidy.
Correct.
But the wage subsidy that you did receive, TLH kept that in full.
Correct.
You weren't required to pay that back to rehab management.
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
So just to be clear, the circle of money goes that you pay the trainees, we'll just stick with the trainees for now. You pay the trainees.
Yes.
And you invoice rehab management for that.
Yes.
And they pay TLH.
Yes.
And they pay an hourly rate and a management fee.
Yes.
So that's one circle of money. And then Aim Big provides TLH with a subsidy.
Correct.
And you don't use that subsidy to offset any of the wages. It's just extra money.
Well,
But you don't need to offset the wages because there's an indemnity.
Yes, I'm just, as the chair said, just seeking to understand. I'm not.
I'm just, once the money is invoiced, etc., I'm not exactly sure how our accounts offset or utilise the funds, but it's not offsetting the wages because we have invoiced rehab management for the wages.
Now, I took you to page 3. Please stop me if I actually asked this question, but I don't think I did. I want to direct you to the bottom of the page. So we're not saying the names of anybody identified in this spreadsheet. So that's why I'm not just saying the name and getting you to go there. But at the bottom of the page, if you count 7 rows up, there's a greyed outline.
Yes.
And then the person immediately above that,
Yes.
we refer to in this hearing as BT3.
Right.
Are we correct in understanding that BT3 was initially paid as a trainee barista for the period 1 September 2019 to 8 December 2019?
Correct.
And then from the 15th of December, BT3 had in effect a promotion. She went up to the trainer rate.
Correct.
Now, you said before that there were some people who continued on your books after their finish date marked here, but you didn't have that detail immediately to hand. Is
Right.
that something you could provide to the Royal Commission on notice?
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
So if
I know the names of the people that are in this list that have worked for us after the Busy Beans program ended, but in regards to dates and things like that, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Yes, well, if you could provide that information, so who stayed on the books after their Busy Beans engagement ended and when they next worked for TLH.
So are you only wanting to know about people that then did work for us again after that? Because, as I mentioned, a number of people would have stayed on the books. However, you know, we may not have had roles suitable for them, or they may not have been available when we asked them about a role. So are you only wanting to know about the people that did actually work again for another one of our clients?
Both. So if they stayed on the books and then indicate if they worked again or not.
Okay.
Just excuse me a moment. Chair, those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bertie.
Very good. Mr. Bertie, I think you've explained this, but I just want to be clear. I take it that the companies that you've mentioned and of which you are, at least in one case, an employee, has no connection, that is, no common directors, no common shareholders with rehab management or with AIM Big Employment.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'll just ask if Commissioner Galbally has any questions for you.
No questions, thank you.
Or Commissioner Mason.
No, thank you.
In that case, thank you very much, Mr. Bertie, for coming to the Royal Commission.
Chair, I have one application to ask one series of questions.
No, what would you want to ask, Mr. Morehouse?
Some examples that I thought would assist the Commission that Mr. Bertie could give as to Busy Beans participants and subsequent employment.
I don't think we need that, do we? Why would we be assisted by that?
To give some flavour and actuality on the evidence that will come in subsequent documents, as I understand.
Yes, no, I think we've got enough flavour for this for one day, and if there are documents that you need to refer to, you can do that tomorrow at some stage. So I won't allow any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Bertie, for coming, and you're now excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude us for today?
It does indeed, Chair, and we recommend that we commence at 9:30 in the morning.
It comes as a shock that we should start early on the last day, but nonetheless, we'll do 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much. We'll now adjourn.
The Royal Commission is adjourned.